The following live stream has been approved for restricted audiences only. It will definitely contain strong language and maybe some adult themes. Almost certainly. Viewer inebriation is advised.
Good evening, happy Friday, and welcome to Last Call, where we are spending the night with the most extraordinary gentleman spy in all of YouTube. That's right, Michael French of Retroblasting. And he's here to be our subject matter expert as we do a bit of a retrospective on James Bond, Agent 007. So you can probably guess what my drink of choice will be tonight. Sit back, get comfortable, top off your glasses, tell me what you're sipping on in the chat, and we'll get this Canarble Wagon rolling right now.
Last Call is streamed before a live audience.
Dry martini.
Oui, monsieur.
Wait. 3 measures of Gordon's, 1 of vodka, half a measure of quinoa lily. Shake it over ice, and then add a thin slice of lemon peel.
Yes, sir.
That is, of course, from Casino Royale. And this is an accurate portrayal of the scene from the book. Bond never orders this drink again in any of the Bond novels. It appears to be specifically a ruse to throw Le Chiffre off balance during a high-stakes game of Baccarat. Bond was more of a Scotch drinker. Let's break it down. 3 measures of Gordon's. Straightforward, 3 ounces of Gordon's London Dry Gin. 1 of vodka. 1 ounce, I went with Smirnoff. A Russian vodka in honor of Vesper Lind being a Russian double agent. Sorry for the spoiler. And I had it on hand. Half a measure of quinoa lily. Now's where it gets a little tricky. La Maison Lillet claims that quinoa lily is the former name for what is now known as Lillet Blanc, although the modern version is made to a different recipe without quinine to have more mass market appeal to modern palates. I have my doubts. I have heard some say that Coca Americano is actually a better substitute, so I'll be making 2 different martinis tonight. One with Lillet Blanc and one with Coca Americano. There will be other differences. I'll get to that in a moment. Now, this drink is just wrong. Why an ounce of tasteless vodka? Simply to dilute the juniper-infused gin, which is already subtle? Why shaken, thus further hampering the juniper infusion through aeration, clouding what would otherwise be a crystal-clear drink? There's no juices or egg whites, which is generally why one would shake a drink. I know Boomer is going to argue it has something to do with confounding Le Chiffre, and so be it. I'll shake the Lillet Blanc. The Cokie will be stirred and no ice will touch it. Both the gin and the vodka are kept in the freezer. Okay, so you want to aerate it? We're going to aerate it. Netter has already tasted both, and she will be giving us her opinion in a moment.
And I don't know which one is which.
So,
even if I saw him make him, I wouldn't know which one was which because I know nothing about
first thing you see is exactly what I said. You got the shaken, you got the not shaken. It's pretty obvious. I don't like that, but I'm going to go ahead and try them. So this would be using the Lillet Blanc shaken. I'll tell you what I think in just a second. Let me try. And this does have, it's exactly the same, except it's stirred, and slightly at that, and using Coca Americano instead of Lillet Blanc. I like this better. And to be honest with you, a big part of that is because this is now so watered down from shaking it with ice. Yeah. What did you think, Matter? Let's bring you in because you're going to be telling us your opinion. What did you think of the two?
Okay. Now, I tasted them before I guess they got watered down and all that sort of thing. So the first one I tasted, and I don't know which one was which. It was an open container that you had, and that one, my first initial reaction was that I was tasting a lot of vodka, and that was all I was tasting. And it's like, okay, so I rinsed my mouth to try the second one. The second one, I was also tasting vodka, but I noticed it tasted a little bit more subtle, and I was getting a flavor of something else, but I don't know what the other something was. It was just another very subtle flavor. And then after they'd been sitting, because I had both of them, they'd been sitting on my tongue for a bit, I started thinking about which one really, if I was actually have a martini, which I don't drink martinis, but if I would have one, the one that was in the closed container with the ice is the one that I felt had a better flavor.
Now, I'm going to be fair here. I'm not diminishing your opinion. Your opinion is your opinion, and you're right. I know you would never order a martini of any kind. Chocolate martini, or maybe an apple teeny.
I've had a pomegranate teeny too. Pomtini, I think it's called.
I would just go with a Cosmo. But anyway, in fairness, I know how you drink. So the fact that the water cuts it down, and the fact that the aeration lightens it, does take away from that boozy flavor.
When I tasted it was before it had a chance to sit around.
But I still shaking it over ice. So you were still getting at least some of that. I believe that's a big part of it. But
it did have another subtle flavor that the other one didn't.
And the fact that you can't put your finger on it, I think is partly because of the aeration and the ice. I think it's wrong. I just think it's just absolutely wrong. But but I understand why you would prefer a more diluted martini. Real quick, let's say hi to the chat. Wow, there's a lot of you here tonight. Well, I would expect that because you're here for Michael French, I'm sure. You know what? Let's stop, reverse that. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and bring in the panel right off. Starting with Aged Boomer, who looks surprisingly like Sean Connery. How you doing, Boomer, and what are you sipping on?
I actually have a Modelo tonight. So.
Nice, because you've been reading your James Bond lately, haven't you?
Yes, I have. I will say this though: he was quite proud of that drink in the book. He was wanting to name it after Vesper Lynn. Of course, maybe that was just a ploy to get into where you know what. But anyway,
yeah, and the one thing I didn't say too was, and of course this is all speculation. A lot of Bond fans have said that Ian Fleming just liked his drinks shaken, and. Okay, fair enough. I am getting away from using that phrase "bruising the gin" because I don't think anyone even really fully understands what that means anymore. I think it has to do with the aeration that I was talking about, but anyway. Let's bring in our subject matter expert who is going to then turn around and school us on everything I just said and tell me why I'm wrong. Welcome, Michael French of Retroblasting. How you doing, my friend? And what are you sipping on?
All right, so I have a story about this tonight. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you fine. What's up?
Well, I thought I was going to have something to sip on. And I went to go get it. And that's why I married her. It was already all gone. I thought, wow, I didn't buy that bottle that long ago. How could that happen? So I thought, what am I going to do? Because I'm going on last call.
Right.
I always have a drink when I come on your show, part of the theme. And the
sure, exactly, yeah. So
what am I going to do? I got no time. There was like 5 minutes to spare. That's why I showed up behind the scenes while the countdown was going on.
That's fine.
Yeah. I was like, what am I doing? So I thought, well, you know what? I do have one new option. It's not, I won't be sipping on anything interesting this evening, but it is alcohol related. I recently picked up, for the very first time, I've always wanted one. You have to get them replicated. I picked up a famous movie alcohol bottle, replicated.
Okay.
It is this bottle right here.
Let me see if I can pull you in. There we go. Belle of Lincoln Straight Whiskey Jack Daniels.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Now,
help me out. I'm not placing it.
I'm gonna help you out. So,
yeah.
Stand by.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, there you go. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Monkey on the table.
Mm-hmm.
This is the bottle he then grabs and carries into the bar, sets it down by Belloc.
You know, you and I, very much the same. I have to own the replicas, the props, things that didn't exist. I must have. I mean, right over my shoulder. Those of you that, well, everybody in my chat knows Evelyn Hampton, the admiral of our Klingon ship. She gave me this. This is one of the coins from, what's it called? John Wick.
Yep.
I was like, oh, nice. Mm-hmm. So, but yeah, and we will, in some future stream, I will do a Star Trek themed stream, I'm sure, and we will be doing a taste test of 2 different kinds of Romulan ale. The bluer one and the greener-ish one.
Right.
Both from, I think it's called Trek Spirits or Trek Wines, I forget. I had to get it because otherwise getting that decanter is impossible, and it's close enough. You know what I mean, close enough when it comes to the collecting and stuff. Yep. But real quick, let's say hi to the chat. Starting with, of course, Putin's cat, who was here first. Can't wait to see the next movie. The Japanese and the Russians are approaching the island. Cybond 0111. It took me a second to get what he was joking at. I thought he was, the first part of that sentence, I thought he was talking about Monday night at the movies. I was like, oh, I see what you're saying, you joker, you. Big Al, have a great stream. Thanks so much. We'll be hanging out with Big Al tomorrow for a watch party of Fire and Ice, the Ralph Bakshi classic. Lady Mist, who the Icon Master, who is making sure that all of you guys stay in order because Netter's on the panel tonight. Connie Cleary, welcome. Peace and long life, Logical Spock. PJ, welcome, Orville Nation. It was pretty cool getting JT over that 10,000 subscriber mark last night, wasn't it? That was a lot of fun. David Pensack, good evening programs, and a big hello to Last Call with Troy Pacelli and Netter's Network. Thanks, David. It's always good to see you, my friend. Salute, deleted scenes. A Dega Outlaw. Good evening. Good to see you, my friend. I love you too, Netter, who is also simulcasting this on her channel.
Yes, I am.
Age Boomer, who looks less like James Bond in that icon. I swear it looks like J.G. Hertzler. Retroblasting. Great channel. You should check it out. In fact, the link is in the description below. And just to show how much of a fan I am of that channel, you can get merch. Netter, can you drop the link for me, please?
Yeah. Oh, I just lost my tab. Wait,
Retroblasting, t-shirts, all kinds of nifty little doodahs. Great artwork. Check it out.
That shirt, by the way, was if you know the webtoon on YouTube called Starbarians. It's a comedy webtoon. It's done by a guy, Partridge. He is very, very talented, and he was a fan of our channel, and he's got tons of subscribers. And this was even back when, I don't know how many he has now. And he just wanted to do some artwork for us, and we were like, are you sure? And he was like, yeah. and so he went ahead and did this Prestige logo. That's the one that you have on your T-shirt. And we were just like, oh my God, this is so amazing. So yeah, we were
right.
Yep.
Yeah, and I love check out. Yeah, I know I say this almost every week. Check out Retroblasting. Check out some of his older videos because he's got an opening where he goes through the different logos he's had over the years, and you see the evolution of the artwork, which is really, really cool.
And I'll be posting that link in a minute. My tab closed. And
That's fine. We'll get to it. But the only thing that I have a problem with your artwork is it doesn't really do Melinda justice because she's gorgeous. I hope it's okay that I say that. Don't take it the wrong way.
I think the closest one was when Dave Song did the final caricature logo before we moved on. When he came along, it was like, oh, thank you, because I mean, we were just having, you know, the best we could do. Melinda's a very good artist on paper, but she was in college when I was, before there were computer illustration tools. So I had to scan it in and try and, you know, get it, you know, whatever. So when Dave Song came along and did that logo, that was a real help because
you guys have done a live action pose for that logo, haven't you?
We did. In fact, we sent that photo to Partridge. To do
this. Yeah, that makes sense. Keith Holmesley, welcome. Haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you. Well, I know why you're here.
I dropped the link to the shirt Troy is wearing, so if you want that specific shirt.
That specific shirt, it's a good shirt. But go check out all the merch that's there. Yeah. Remember, when you buy the merch, you're supporting the channel, you know, although you can support Retroblasting by becoming a member on Patreon. Or you don't have membership on YouTube?
We don't, because we feel that not that we have anything against memberships. We just feel that when you start splitting hairs with memberships versus Patreon versus this versus that, I just started to feel like, and again, people told me I shouldn't feel this way, but I just feel like I was then asking my subscribers to give me money in two directions, and I'm like, no, it'll just simpler if I just stay with what I got.
It makes sense.
So, yeah.
Fair enough. I believe it or not, well, I'm sure you would believe it. Netter knows. I am actually a member of Analog Toys Patreon and YouTube. I'm like, you know what? I'll support every way that I can. That's why you get so many super chats from me, because it's kind of like evening out the support. You know what I mean?
It's very kind. It's very kind.
Look, okay, I got to stop here and share. Michael encouraged me incredibly today, and I'm not going to show it. It's a Patreon exclusive thing, but he had a little meme that he did about some issues.
You can show that. You can show. Yeah. That. The exclusive part of it was the part underneath in the blur. You can.
Okay.
If you want.
Okay. Do I still have it up? Well, I have my Patreon open, so I can get there easily enough. Where is it?
You want me to just post it?
You've done a lot of things since then. There it is. Open a new tab. That's the way to do it. Okay. And share. No. Present. This is a class act here, people. Real professional. Give me a second. Share screen. Tab. What is the tab called?
Do you want me to just send you the image?
I'm not sure that would help me, to be honest with you. There it is. There it is. Got it. Okay. So I don't know how is that coming up? Let me.
It's only part of it.
Right, that's fine. I'll scroll in just a second. So there are two types of YouTube channels in the world. Channels that get along with Retroblasting, and check it out. Well, wait, there we go. Last call. He's got me right in the middle there. I saw that. Look, Michael, I'm not just blowing smoke up your ass. This is I saw that this morning. I was like,
he squeed.
I squeed. I really, really did.
And then he came right upstairs to me to tell me about it.
All those other bitches. And the thing is, I have to look at this and I'm like, okay, I don't know if any of these are the actual names of the channel. Like the first one is like a parody,
Right.
and I'm like, I know who he means.
I think I know too.
But I don't know most of these other channels anyway, so I wouldn't know,
Yeah.
Although Hasbro's and Joe Bros,
Yeah, that's
general. That's not a channel. That's just the people that are cult like about those particular
Right.
So anyway, I was just so excited about that. I wanted to share that tonight with all of y'all. I was just going to describe it because I didn't want to show something that was like a Patreon exclusive type thing or anything like that.
No, that's fine. The exclusivity for you guys was the blurb underneath where I revealed that something's coming up. So yeah, you have had I mean, you get a lot of grief from a lot of people, but the past couple weeks have been pretty challenging for you. I mean, you've been getting a lot of grief. Well, it also was a when it rains it pours situation. Excuse me. You can actually choke on Gatorade. Where
sure.
Oh, I choke on air.
I had like the whole thing go down with the Airwolf, which I was just trying to give a response to because people asked me for one. I don't have anything to do with the actual construction business. I'm not involved in that company. I was just a buyer. I was just a hopeful collector. So I had to deal with that. And then right on the heels of that, wrong word. It didn't happen to me, to clarify, but it happened to multiple other channels in our community.
Sure.
And I was like, what's going on over here? And then I found out how bad it was. And now I'm like, okay, well, it's time to powder up my hands and wrap them and get into the ring because this has gone past the point of me being able to just observe from the sidelines because, my friends are involved. So it's like a whole thing.
Yeah. No, I was so appreciative that you were willing to take the time to come and hang out and have some drinks.
Oh no, we scheduled this way before that.
Well, we did. Actually, in fairness to Boomer, we have been talking about this for like 6 months.
Wow.
And I had said, and he keeps coming back. I wasn't joking the times that I told you this, Michael. He's like, Boomer's after me. We gotta do this thing. So I was waiting for. Check out the links in the description below. Check out Michael's recent video regarding his. I guess that's a custom, right? Custom Lego Aston Martin. Good video.
Thank you. It's a custom of a custom. So it's what they call in the Lego world a MOC, an MOC. For me, that stands for Mint on Car.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember what it stands for with them. Something creation or something like that. But it was off of Rebrickable, where you can get plans to Lego sets that other people design. And he had designed the Aston Martin V8 Vantage from the Living Daylights. And then when I looked at it, when I bought the plans, got the PDF printed, got it all together, I built the whole thing, and then I went, there's a few things I could tweak on this, to make it closer. So it's a custom of a custom. It's like
check out this video. Not only does he customize the car, he customized the characters.
Right.
And let me tell you something that I think I commented on the video. What really puts it over is Diabo's cello. That's like, holy crap! That's like really thinking it through.
Oh man, I wasn't gonna do it without the cello. Like the cello and the cello, it's minifigure scale, but you can actually easily pop it into two parts and put it in the back trunk of the Aston.
That would have I would have loved to have seen that. That would have been good in the video.
Yeah. The other thing, though, people were like, "Why didn't you do the case?"
To the top.
What's that?
Netter's telling me to pin the link that she just put to the top.
I keep dropping the link for the merch, and I just realized I don't have a way to pin it myself.
Oh, I got to give you access so that you can do stuff like that. Pin message. There you go. There you go. So you could definitely get some Retroblasting merch because Last Call doesn't have any merch yet. We tried.
The place
it didn't work out real well.
Their ink was not very good. You did one wash and the ink mostly came out.
Yeah. I want you guys to have quality if I'm going to do any kind of merch. Real quick, I've been holding this comment for a bit here. A KBA said, where Michael goes, the RB Retroblasting posse follows. That is true. In the past 365 days, I have more watch hours on the indie retrospective than any other video or stream or anything. I don't want you to think that's why I'm having you back.
Oh, no,
I'm having you back because this guy wanted to talk about James Bond
Talk about Bond.
Well, yes, and I just enjoy hanging out with you. I mean, it's really, look, you live half a country away, so it's the only way we can hang out is something like this,
And I was all for talking about Bond.
Road trip. Yeah, no, I want to get down to that. What's that big con you guys have down there?
Dragon Con.
Dragon Con. Oh God, we've been wanting to do Dragon Con since we since the late 90s when we first started doing cosplay and crap, and we had so many friends that were, making road trips and stuff, and yeah. Now we probably could do that, but I got to get myself in cape shape again if I'm going to do any more cosplaying anytime soon. Real quick, let me just make sure I haven't missed anyone. I'm sorry, guys. I haven't been paying good attention to the chat. Welcome, Michael. Good to see you. And all the new faces. I hope I can earn a subscription from you guys. I appreciate the watch. Yeah, you know what? You could actually end up putting me over the watch hours that I need to get monetized. I'm less than 200 hours away.
Well, then let's get to it.
I'm just thinking, the Netter looks like, in that picture, like an 80s Bond girl.
Maybe.
Was that picture taken in the 80s?
Probably.
Yeah. That comes from her modeling portfolio.
Yeah.
I think in the future we'll digitize a few more pictures for her to be able to use for icons because they've gone over really well. Hey, Mikey Suse! Haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you, my friend. Tim Ward. Good. Yeah, see, when you run in these crowds, you don't know who you've seen on your own stream. Yeah, Kylie. Kylie. I get it. Kylie
Minogue should have been a Bond girl. That was a missed opportunity.
Love you, Michael, but she's better looking than you are.
At least you got to be in...
I'll just do it like this the whole show. I'll just sit here like this the whole
show.
We can have Kylie and Ned.
I got Google images. That's okay. I want to hang out with you, my friend.
Here's the thing I wonder. If it's Kylie, Netter, and Sean Connery, and then do you lose both women to Sean Connery in this in this game of odds?
No comment. No comment.
And with that, the not so ugly Michael French returns to the show.
No, not ugly. Hey, you still got a full head of hair, for fuck's sake. I can't say anything to that.
It's backing up. It's backing up.
Yeah, but I was backing up 30 years ago, for fuck's sake. I know, he's trying to keep me on track. Yes. Scott Knutson.
Got a lot of stuff to get through.
I know. How long do we have you for tonight, Michael?
As long as you need to talk Bond.
Okay, fine. And I don't have to work tomorrow, so okay.
And Maria! Holy cow! Maria with Tiatelli graces our channel. Talk about the big channel stopping by to honor this little undersubbed and not monetized yet channel. Thank you so much for being here. I know what her next comment is going to be. Whatever. She always says that when I blow smoke up her ass. Oh, you see? I told you. She was in the middle of typing that. Okay. Yes, let's talk Bond.
All right. You want to put Bond A on there if you want to do it with the slides.
Is that the one that says...
Bond.
Yes, okay. Add to the stage.
There we go.
Let's talk about it.
Feel free to interrupt me at any point, anybody, especially you, Michael. Okay, but we're just going to start. I call this a brief history of Bond and popular culture, and it probably goes on way too long as it is, and I tried condensing it as much as I could. All right. Here we go. That's an original picture of James Bond as commissioned by author Ian Fleming.
Yep.
We know a little bit about Ian Fleming. He helped the Brits during World War II do espionage stuff against a certain German group in the 1940s. So,
he's got a great history.
Yes.
There's at least one movie that I've seen, and a lot of great channels have talked about it. He's talk about life, is stranger than fiction.
Mm-hmm.
His stories are.
Yeah, there was a Netflix movie on Netflix called Operation Mincemeat, and he's one of the people in the movie because it's about an actual espionage operation.
Yes, there was also a movie called, guys, correct me if I'm wrong, something like Spy Hunter or something like that.
I'm sure he's been featured.
It was like not exactly a fictionalized version of his but basically his time in on Her Majesty's Secret Service. I mean, really,
Yes.
He kind of is the real life James Bond.
Secret Service at that point. It's Kylie.
Good point.
All right.
Good point. Okay.
Here's the first book. Several covers. I picked this one. I don't know. Looks all right. Casino Royale.
Did somebody say my avatar was Kylie?
He said something about Kylie.
Was it? I didn't get a good look at it. Sorry, you're very small.
Oh no, that's Miriam Dabo.
There you go. Fair enough.
Nice looking woman.
Oh, by the way, those of you that are noticing, I have every single James Bond novel behind me because Netter is my enabler.
Yeah.
And own physical media because you never know when some modern editors might.
Yes, I have them all. They cannot be edited. They cannot be altered. They cannot be changed.
Michael, I don't know if you've read any of the Bond novels. If you haven't, don't worry about it. I'm just starting them myself. So.
Okay, yeah, no, I haven't ever been able to get around to those because I've been reading and filming all kinds of other stuff. But I would like to go through them at some point.
They've been on my list. Yeah, I've gotten through the first 5 in the last year. I got very angry when I heard about a lot of the Bond censorship, so I made sure my local public library ordered all of the audio versions of them because CDs take longer to break down than physical books. So I figured, well, since they're available, now I've been listening to them. So I've gotten through the first 5, and I did listen to the first 2. I think around the time the first Daniel Craig came out. I think I did Casino Royale, Live and Let Die, but I've been re-listening to them because I don't know what future holds for Bond going forward. It's on shaky ground, but I have to remind myself, and I want to remind the chat here, that James Bond is the creation of one Ian Fleming. He can't really be ruined because Ian Fleming is the author of James Bond. It's not. It's something like Batman and Superman. These are things that have had many authors contribute, but like Ian Fleming, it's like Lord of the Rings or Sherlock Holmes. The original will always exist, and that'll probably always be its purest form. Now, I have liked many of the film adaptations of the books too, even though they kind of varied greatly from the original material. But this is a good book. I did enjoy it. The movie, I think, followed it fairly close. We'll get into the Daniel Craig movie later, though. But this was the first one that showed up. What's interesting about this book, during the book, James Bond is kind of going through self-doubt. He's like, are we really better than the other side?
I can understand that question.
He has even thing like, maybe the devil has his own gospels that we've never read. Maybe we never heard anything from his side. He's going through all this kind of self-doubt, and like his French friend is thinking he's nuts. And then, of course, later on he realizes, if you've read the book or even seen the movie, you realize how the lengths that the Soviet spy machine would go to ruin lives, and he realized, we are better than they are.
I do feel like, and I'm currently going through Casino Royale right now.
Yeah.
I feel like Ian Fleming was being very transparent about maybe a little bit of PTSD.
Maybe, but it's a good book. Plus, I also think it shows Bond's character. Like maybe. I don't know, like, some people are like, he's not a good guy, he womanizes all these things. I'm thinking, well, we never claimed that he was this like a superhero or a saint or anything like that.
Yeah, no, you're not supposed to see him as the aspirational hero. He is way closer to like a Batman type character than a Superman character.
Yeah, but anyway. But here's Live and Let Die.
I like that cover.
This cover in particular, because out of all the books I've read, this is the Bond girl I love the most, which is Solitaire.
I gotta say, I loved all the James Bond films. They really helped me get through puberty.
Yeah, we're going to get to the movies soon, okay? We're going to hop in there. But I just figured I'd go over the books a little bit, maybe the chat's unfair. Basically what I'm saying with the chat, if you get the press and if maybe future Bond movies come out are lacking, I don't know if they will be or not. We'll get into that at the end of the stream. But you still have the old books to go back to. There are audio versions available too. Just try to find the ones that haven't been recently censored. And
Full disclosure, Aged Boomer works at a library. He's working on becoming a librarian, so, you know.
Support your local library. You'd be surprised what's available at your local library. But I love this cover just because for all the horror, the voodoo. This has a lot of... I don't want to spoil it. I'm not going to talk too much about these books since you're in the middle of reading them, Troy. And I know that Michael's playing.
No, that's okay. I'm not. I don't care about spoilers.
This is the first instance in a Bond novel of what I would call a supervillain. And I wonder if he invented it by accident, and then of course he brings supervillains back in future books, because that's sort of what these larger-than-life villains in these books. But there's Moonraker, very greatly from the original movie, has one of the best gambling scenes in a Bond novel. You thought the one in Casino Royale was intense, but the one in this one's also fairly intense. I forgot, what is he taking it to liven himself up? Is it some sort of ketamine? Or something. I don't want to spoil it for you. He does some kind of illicit drug, or maybe it was Benzie or something, to keep him up during this intense gambling match in this part of the book. Plus, this is cool because a lot of this book takes place in London, so you get to see what Bond is up to when he's not on spy missions. Like, what does he do in his spare time? It's interesting. Apparently, he has a rotation of 3 married women he sees. He's not a good guy, all right? Okay.
Well, but I understand it, because a married woman, you don't form attachments. Yeah, you got the time.
Well, if you're married to her.
Well, if you're married to her, he's not. Yeah.
I love this cover. A luscious lady spy and a super rocket that can blow the world sky high. I don't know when this paperback came out. That's wonderful. Diamonds Are Forever. This is my least favorite of the 5 Bond books I've read so far. I'll talk more about this later. Had my least favorite Bond girl in it. It's funny, in the next book, the Russians are talking about the various Bond missions, because they're basically, you get to see things from the other side in the next Bond book, and they're like saying, oh, this one is where he was on a diamond smuggling thing, because they're talking about James Bond and the secret meetings. But that was
kind of self-referential, this author, right?
What's funny is it's like they're like, he was on a he was on, this was unrelated to us. It's it was a smuggling thing, so that had nothing to do with us. And I said it was unsubstantial. I say it was unsubstantial to the reader as well. That's what. Right. Read it though. You have to read them all. Okay. And
I will. I'm working
parts
my
of the
way
books,
through.
and you might like it more than me because it's about mobsters. So,
real quick, I got to ask you: Do I read them in publication order, or is there a chronology order?
There is a chronology, but I think it's close to what is publication. I would go on Wikipedia or some other site, and I think Spy Who Loved Me comes between 2 others, and I don't know where that falls in the county. I would just go on whatever the you could go on the official sites too.
Fair.
There's From Russia with Love. Because I've been listening to these books, and the actor who at the end they interview each actor that read the books, and he said that even though this has love in the title, it is the most unromantic of all the Bond novels.
Interesting.
Death with Dishonor is Russia's sentence for James Bond. I don't want to spoil it for you. It has a wallop of an ending that I was yelling after I heard it. This is the power of fiction, especially. This
is where I feel the need to editorialize and point out. I don't care how you feel about the movies. It's really worth reading the books. You get
different.
You really need to.
And I'm not here to pick on the movies either. In fact, I'm glad that they're different, because now I can be surprised at what I'm reading. So there's that going. Yeah. But I did want to read a little from the Bondologist blog, which unfortunately I couldn't just do a simple cut and paste. So he probably doesn't want me using it, but tough crackers. This is what I'm doing. The Bondologist blog. Here it is. This is just a sense of how some early censorship in New York. Al Hart, Ian's editor at Mammalian, was wielding the blue pencil on Casino Royale. Ian was unconcerned about possible mutilation of his masterwork. Indeed, he specifically asked Naomi Burton at Curtis Brown. Would Al Hart like to take a bit off the edge of the torture scene? He can certainly do so if he wants to. The incident where Bond's genitals were whipped with a carpet beater remained intact, but Hart did suggest some alterations to spare the blushes of American readers. Where Ian had written, he slipped his hands down her swelling buttocks and gripped them fiercely, pressing the centers of their bodies together. Panting, she slipped her mouth away from his, and they clung together while he rubbed his cheek against hers and felt her hard breast pressing into him. Okay, that's Ian Fleming's original text. Hart's Bowdlerized version. This is in the 50s too. This was written. These books got into trouble. They were banned in Ireland, or at least the next one was. At least there was a big.
Well, let's face it. The medium of pulp fiction. You know, we talk about pulp fiction all the time. You don't realize a lot of pulp fiction was very, very, very R-rated.
As explicit as it could be, yeah. Hart's Bowdlerized version did not quite have the same urgency. His hand slipped down her back and pressed her body firmly to his. Panting, she slipped her mouth away and they clung together. He brushed her ear with his lips and felt the firm of her breast against him. Hart asked plaintively, "That's not too emasculated, do you think?" Ian could not care less. He told Hart that he had been kinder than Naomi Hurton, who had argued about the relative impropriety attached to the front and back of a woman, female editor, I guess, at the time. However, at this stage, Ian was more interested in sales promotions than textual excesses. Okay, so that's
fair enough. Yeah.
Book Ian Fleming by Andrew Lloyd. So, and I did credit the guy who wrote the blog. So there you go.
Pardon.
Go ahead. Raise your hand. Yes.
What are hard breasts exactly?
You know what? I can simplify this. Let's rephrase it. Firm breasts. How's that?
That's still thin, Riggs. That's thin, Riggs. It sounds to me like he was humping a mannequin. Like it doesn't.
Ow!
I have never in my travels met a breast that was hard.
Okay, so you've only encountered natural breasts, I guess. Which I cannot imagine is what Ian Fleming was referring to.
Not in that time period, no.
No, exactly. Good point. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He was a notorious womanizer, so he wasn't had experience.
Bras.
Good point. That the bra might have an impact on
those 50s bras, maybe. Anyway, moving on. It was through her dress.
So I've just finished off the Cokie Americano, and I'm friggin' blitzed. Now I'm going to move on to the Lillet Blanc, but it's so watered down, I don't think it's going to do a thing for me.
You like it?
Yeah, go on.
Okay.
No, I just sharing where I was at.
I don't know if any of you are familiar with this. This is the made-for-TV.
It's like water.
This was this was a TV special for Casino Royale.
Yep.
Made in the mid-50s. Who the heck was this actor again? I should have made notes.
American actor, if I recall correctly.
Yes, that's why I don't like this. I watched it like when I was into the Pierce Brosnan movies. I'll get into that when we get to Brosnan. I was trying to eat up all the old Bond stuff, and I saw this was the Cinemax episode. It was a series called Climax, which I guess were like back in the day in the 50s. They would do a lot of what we call teleplays, which I guess would be like plays broadcast over television. Before I think they got into doing. I mean, I'm sure they had series as well, but it
was a good format, in my opinion.
This had Peter Lorre in it, and who the heck was the main actor? Darn it, I brought it up. Here we go. I'll get it for you in a sec. But it had starring.
By the way, somebody's saying that Troy's mic is super high, and the others are too low.
Okay.
No. This is easily fixed. I share a mic with Netter, and I really should keep it between us rather than right on top of me. So
is that better, Spicy?
Let me know if that helps.
Yeah,
Thank
1,
you.
2, 3, 4 testing. Does that better?
Not to mention that I get loud when I drink. So I'll try to.
Let's see.
You're
so
always loud.
This is Barry Nelson.
She's got to live with me. So everybody pray for Netter. She's got to live with me.
Barry Nelson as James Bond. Peter Lorre as Le Chiffre, who I actually think is a good pick, actually. But
true.
But yeah, it's just no, it did nothing for me when I saw it. I thought this is boring. This is before I knew anything about Casino Royale. So, but that's technically, I don't want to call it a movie though, because it's like a TV special, so it's not really a movie. But this is the first on-screen depiction of James Bond. Are you familiar with this, Michael? Did you watch it at all? Oh, he's muted.
All right. I was just trying to be considerate by muting. Yes, I am familiar with this. Yes, I am.
That's fine. Okay. Anyway, you got anything to say, Troy?
I have not seen it, and I'm kind of curious about it. I think I will have to seek it out. Is it? Do you know if it's like out there on the YouTubes or something like that?
Probably.
I haven't.
Putin's cat says, "Whisper, Troy." I'm sorry. I've gotten crap all my life about being too loud, and it served me well when I was in theater. So
it served you well when you were a scout up against the bear. But anyway,
that's a great story. I've told before. I'll tell again some other time.
Anyway, Michael, did you have anything left to say about this?
No, it's an interesting footnote in all this. It's like when you have conversations about Spider-Man live action, and people go, "Oh, let's talk about the Electric Company," and it's like, why? Like, it's the same kind of thing. So it's nice to have it in the timeline, but yeah.
But look at Troy now.
Yeah. I'm gonna go full screen. Live action Nicholas Hammond Spider-Man. Just got it recently.
That's awesome.
It goes with. Oh yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to go full screen again. My Lou Ferrigno Hulk, and I am working on a Bill Bixby Dr. Banner.
All right.
Just yeah. So.
All right, here we go.
I'm
Dr.
too drunk to put these back up, so I'm putting them on the floor right now.
Dr. No. First official Eon Productions Bond film with.
Kind of wonder why they didn't start with Casino Royale.
Because they didn't have the rights to it.
Oh, well,
right.
Good research there, librarian.
No, I think that's why it was sold TV special. And when I guess I don't know if the rights got sold again, and Eon Productions didn't get it. And that was by Broccoli and Saltzman. I think they were the ones running it. There we go. There's Ursula Andress, who was played she was in the movie She, who's the most beautiful woman in the world, right? So I guess the idea was Ursula Andress.
Well, at the time, maybe.
There's Sylvia Trench. That's not the actress's name. I suspect she was in this, and she's in From Russia with Love, and Bond is hanging out with her, and I'm wondering if this is one of those married women that I heard about in the book. They didn't say so specifically in the movie, but it would make sense. She has a lot of money to burn because she's at a casino. I want to say what? Late 20s, early 30s, maybe? I don't... Anyway.
She was always one of my favorites. She was always one of my favorites.
Yeah.
I always liked her.
I did too. Stunning brunette, I think. But what do we think of Dr. No, the villain? What do we think of this movie?
I grew up with this film. I grew up with it on official VHS, along with a number of other Connery and Roger Moore films. And I'm very familiar with the movie. I always appreciated it for the fact that it, was a little more restrained than some of the later Bond films. I liked some of the more grounded stuff in it. I don't hate the more outlandish stuff, but if I had to choose, the only thing that, and this is a trend with me, the only thing that really slumps me a little bit is if Bond isn't in Europe or Asia somewhere, I almost feel like it's kind of a waste. So when they're like, he's in Jamaica or he's in New Orleans or he's in Mexico, I'm like, it doesn't ruin the film for me at all. I think Dr. No's a very good movie. It's just sometimes the setting in a Bond movie can sway me one way or the other.
Here's what I figured out about the American setting, because I agreed with you until I read the books, and I realized that to an Englishman in the 50s, America was an exotic setting.
Right.
Isn't that strange? We don't see it as. I think he goes. What is it? Kentucky and Goldfinger? Are you kidding me?
Right.
Right.
And
the thing is that I think it's because Goldfinger begins where he meets at a hotel, but then he's in Austria for a while or Switzerland. Yeah. He's in Switzerland for a while. So yeah, there's a good mix there. But you're right, it does end in Kentucky. That's very true.
Yes. But here we go.
Real quick, I want to because he's in the chat right now, I not only want to say hi to Damn Fool Idealistic Crusader. Those of you that were here for the chat that I had about the Warner Brothers,
the Warner Sister Dot.
No. I talked. I can't remember if it was on this stream or on Geeky Geezers, but we talked about the Warner Brothers situation with the rotting DVDs, and all credit to Damn Fool Idealistic Crusader. That's when I started following him. So all of you guys that are like, oh crap, I've got some Warner Brothers DVDs, and sure enough they were on the list, you can thank Damn Fool Idealistic Crusader, and you definitely should be subscribed to him if you're not. Great channel, great content, and actually I know about him because of Michael. Thank you, Michael. Sorry, I had to, interrupt you, but go ahead.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I do like the villain in this movie. I actually, even the henchman that's working for him, there's a scene where you don't even see Dr. No, and it's a very simple set, but like the way the light is shining on him in this room, it's like he's in a spider's web almost, and you hear him talking to Dr. No in the background.
That's intentional. He
looks terrified. And then we're finally introduced to Dr. No with these mechanical hands of his that it's interesting because he offers Bond, he explains to him his story about how he was the son of a German missionary and a Chinese girl of good standing. So
okay, real quick, I do want
to go ahead.
I do want to comment. So I am drinking the Vesper Martini with the Lillet Blanc. And as I'm tasting it, I can taste the gin coming through. Although maybe that's because it's been sitting for a while and the aeration has kind of bled away. Yeah, I would not shake it, and never let ice touch your booze. All you're doing is diluting it. Just my opinion.
Gotcha.
Go ahead.
Here we're introduced to Spectre, the special executor for what is it? Special executor.
You did better than I could have.
Special executive for terrorism, revenge, extortion. Yes.
Wow, very good.
And he says the what is it? The brightest minds in the world, and then Connery corrects him. He's like, no, correction, criminal minds. And he says the criminal mind is always superior. It has to be. Which is a good quote, I'm sorry. Because you have to get away with breaking the law, right? I mean, I don't know. And he calls Bond a stupid policeman. He's trying to offer him a job inspector. Bond rejects it, and so.
Real quick, I do want to mention not only Damn Fool Idealistic Crusader, but look, all of y'all, make sure you're subscribed to each other. Together we grow. Not everybody has, content on their channels, but subscribe to each other. This is a community. And it would encourage the hell out of me if you did. Okay. Thank you.
All right. From anything left for Dr. No? Retroblasting Troy? Just keep moving.
I am surprised that this is the first film, but at the same time, I did love it.
They're out of order. They're all out of order.
They are. Okay. They are. And that's fine because this, this gives Michael the opportunity when he talks about Indiana Jones. He can point to James Bond and say, look, it's supposed to be Pulp Fiction. It's not supposed to have direct continuity. So they can be out of order. They can be played by different actors,
Yes and no. The Bond movie continuity, we're going to get into that as we move along. It's tricky because there are points, especially when we get to Honor Majesty's Secret Service. That's the big one because future movies either ignore it or they acknowledge it. It's weird.
At this point, I have to interrupt you.
Yes. Yeah.
I really had planned this for a later point in the stream, but I think we should probably address this now.
Get to what?
And this is where I may lose Michael French as a friend. Favorite James Bond.
Okay, we can get it out of the way.
Let's get it out of the way now. Starting with ladies first, Netter. I as if I didn't already know.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if he's my favorite because he was my first. Mm-hmm. But I always liked Sean Connery.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I always
Did you catch that accent coming out? She says.
It's fine.
The Musquesh accent don't come out. Yeah. I always thought he was very suave and debonair, and it didn't matter that he had kind of a little bit of a receding hairline there. There's just something about him that...
She doesn't mind a receding hairline.
What receding? There's nothing there. It's like he was very suave, very smooth, I guess you could say.
Smooth, yes.
And it's like you just felt this instant attraction to him because of the way he carried himself and presented himself. Unlike some of the other Bonds where it's like, you're just a dog.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough.
What? Well, should I go with my favorite next?
Yeah, go ahead. You're next in line, sure.
I'll admit the first 5 Connery's movies, nothing touches them. I think they are some of the best movies. Well, no, there are other later movies that touch them. I forgot. We'll get to that later. But my favorite Bond, though, is the one that introduced me to Bond, I think, and it's Pierce Brosnan with Goldeneye and the other one, Tomorrow Never Dies. That's how I got introduced to Bond. Now, to be fair,
that's solid.
It was for him that I went and watched the older ones too, but I had not largely watched Bond as.
Wait! Yes. I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm not going to be some fanboy that questions your preference. That's not why I'm interrupting. That's not it at all.
Yes, he does.
I'm just confused on the timeline here.
Yes.
Your name. Your handle is Aged Boomer.
He's younger than both myself and Netter. Yes.
Okay, so you're Aged Boomer.
Yes.
And your favorite Bond that you were introduced to the franchise
is one of the newer ones. Yeah, exactly.
Pierce Brosnan's not a young guy right now, is he? Listen.
Full disclosure, he is younger than myself, and I am younger than Netter. So just
now I'm visualizing like a guy who was like 14 playing N64 GoldenEye, but his name is Aged Boomer.
Yes, that's pretty damn close.
More 20, anyway.
But yes.
Okay. The reason why I picked the name Aged Boomer, and I've been over this forever, is because the young kids, they call anyone who is at a certain age boomer, whether you're a boomer or not. And
that's true.
This came from the meme of the 40-year-old boomer, the 30-year-old boomer who said Quake is a good game. And you know what? And I yelled and I said, you know what? Shut up. Quake is a good game.
There you go. Yeah, exactly.
And Michael's just been thrown. He's been thinking I'm a baby boomer all this time. I apologize, but it's just because.
Well, also you have a voice like a '70s radio presenter. So it's
yes, you're absolutely right. I know Aged Boomer behind the scenes. I know his real name and whatnot. I know what he looks like, and his voice does not match his face.
Nobody likes being catfished. All right, nobody.
Here's what I want to say. There are times I feel like a boomer. For instance, my parents aren't boomers. They were silent generation, if that makes a difference. My dad used to tell me stories about growing up during the Great Depression. So I still have kind of an old mindset, all right, if that helps. He would show me old John.
My parents were boomers, so just, you know.
I'm just saying, okay? In fact, I didn't grow up. Anyway. Let's move on before I get into a fight.
I knew this was going to be.
I'm sorry.
I thought this was going to be contentious, but I didn't think it was going to be for this reason.
Technically speaking, I'm a young Gen X. All right, that's what I.
Right.
He's just shaking his head now.
Solid Gen X here too.
He's like, "You're a fraud."
You're a fraud. Anyway, you are not a boomer, you liar.
It's like
I might as well be. To all the Gen Zers, everyone's a
well,
boomer.
You used to have a photo of like an old geezer on a riding lawnmower.
Yeah, well, that might be me someday.
See, well, oh fuck, man. It's all gone to shit.
Anyway.
I enjoyed my run on YouTube. I really did.
They're all going to yell
We're
at you.
supposed to be talking about Bond here, and all I'm seeing is a Scooby-Doo ending where he's like,
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Anyway, I've tried explaining this. The idea.
Woo.
Anyway, let's move on. Who's your favorite Bond, Michael?
well, the first Bonds that I saw were Sean Connery and Roger Moore,
Okay.
and I grew up with them on, like I said, I had 4 of their movies on VHS, and I watched the ABC Sunday night movies that played a lot of those films as well. But my favorite Bond, after I really assessed it when I got into college and stuff, I went on a Bond kick. My favorite Bond ended up being Timothy Dalton because I knew he had researched the books.
That's why I brought up Sashi, because I knew you guys were simpatico on this.
Yeah, and he not that I love Sean Connery and Roger Moore both for what they bring to the table. I don't have any problem with them whatsoever. But there's something about knowing that he was so serious about the literary source, and that people like Cubby Broccoli and others said that he looked like the description of Bond in the books.
Right.
That is true. That is
Yeah.
true.
So it just, I really liked his performance, and I think it was ahead of its time, and I think it wasn't appreciated because it was ahead of its time. If you read Roger Ebert's review of The Living Daylights, and then or it's either that or License to Kill, but I think it's Living Daylights, and he really slags Timothy Dalton for some reason. But then you read his review before his death of Casino Royale, he praises Craig for the same things that he trashed Dalton for.
Yes, they were really bad to any Bond that wasn't Connery, which I thought was BS. Connery couldn't play Bond forever. This is nonsense, and it's just. I like Dalton. I think it's a shame we didn't get because there were 2 other Dalton movies planned that never saw fruition, and they sounded like good Bond movies. Actually, one was going to be like an origin story for Bond, like how he got started, and the other one was going to be about him, I think, dealing with an international assassin in Japan, like 80s Japan, during their highlight. That would have been interesting too. So, but oh well.
But see, isn't that interesting? That they were going to do an origin movie with Dalton, and then they ended up doing one with Craig. And I don't care how many times Ebert rolls over in his grave when I say this, he praised Craig for what he trashed Dalton for.
Yeah.
And that makes him a hypocrite in my eyes. Thumbs down.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Dalton's very underrated, and I do wish those other 2 Dalton movies had gotten made. I think he needed a solid 4, but. License to Kill was a disaster. We'll get into that later. The movie wasn't. I liked the movie, but we'll get into that later. Anyway, go ahead, Detroit.
Great. I was afraid I was going to have to answer this question.
There's a wrong answer to this too, So
and I know that A.G. Boomer knows the answer to this.
We'll see. It's between 2, and
This is why I wanted to make sure that I got my my comment out to Damn Fool Idealistic Crusader, thanking him for being here. I'm a huge fan of his channel. I saw 41 viewers on my channel, and I'm probably going to lose at least half of them with this answer.
Okay, answer.
I'm a George Lazenby fan.
Oh.
Yeah?
Yeah, see? Fuck you, Boomer.
Okay.
Now tell them why, because I know the why.
Yeah, so we'll start with the fact that he's the underdog, and I tend to love underdogs. Okay. Secondly, he's not British, so
neither was Brosnan. Irish.
Good point.
Sean Connery was
Scottish.
You're right.
Timothy Dalton is Welsh. So
holy fuck! I didn't even know that, guys. Thanks so much. I feel a little bit more justified. They're all part of the same empire, right?
I guess that means Roger Moore is the only legit. Okay.
Good point.
I like Roger Moore. He's underrated. Okay.
But the fact is that George Lazenby was in my favorite James Bond film.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll get to it.
That story really resonated with me, and it wasn't until Casino Royale with whoever that
Daniel Craig.
Daniel Craig, yeah. Very similar stories. I in a way, I kind of felt like they were trying to do the story of On Her Majesty's Secret Service, going back and homaging Casino Royale in a number of ways. It kind of establishes the psychology of James Bond, the why he is the way he is kind of story, why he's a womanizer, why he doesn't form attachments and so forth. It was just my favorite story, and I loved Lazenby's portrayal of the character. And as I read more and more about the behind the scenes, man, he was a sold out fan. He wanted to be James Bond. He loved James Bond. In a way, I would say he was to James Bond what Henry Cavill is to Superman. Even though I hate everything that came out of his run as Superman, I can't disrespect his desire to play Superman. So, same thing with George Lazenby. So, that's just my take on it. Take it for what it's worth.
Okay.
Yep, I lost at least two people watching. So, 2 people are like, "Fuck you, Troy."
Okay, I'm Lazenby is complicated. I'm gonna say that. I'll get into him when we get into it later. We'll get to On Her Majesty's Service. I don't know if Michael French has anything to say right now.
Yeah, I want to hear Michael because he is our subject matter.
Unless he wants us to wait for us to get to
He's like, "Oh shit, what the fuck do I say?"
Look,
we don't wait till we get to.
Very rarely do I take issue with an actor, and this is no exception. I have no issue with Lazenby as a performer. I just take issue with the fact that it is the film that tries to impose a kind of continuity on the character.
That's a good point.
Plus, it then turns around and does this weird, Valis version of Cool Runnings at the end, and then it's
You're not wrong about that.
We're going to get into that movie in a minute, so why don't you hold your thought?
Okay, that's fair, but I do want to say this, though. That is the one weakest point about the movie, is that whole fourth wall breaking, this never happened to the other guy.
We're going to get into it.
That kind of does bother me, but I feel like I can't really blame Lazenby for that. That's
okay.
Okay, go
we'll
on.
Troy, soon enough.
Troy.
What?
Troy.
What?
You're pissing off the young old guy.
Stop! I'm not
Wait, which one is that? Is that you or Boomer?
I'm on the dark side of Boomer. Leave me alone.
Yeah, okay, there you go.
Okay.
Oh, I need to piss him off. He deserves to be pissed off by me once in a while.
Listen, can we do From Russia with Love? We got a cat girl thing going on there.
Russia with Love. It's one of the few songs, James Bond songs I've actually done on my stream.
Yes,
that's true.
Second Bond, Spectre's at it again. This. I hate to say this, people are gonna yell at me. This might be my favorite of the Bond girls from a lot of the Bond movies. She was something special.
Let's be honest. You're like me. You like when women do their hair up, because when they put their hair down, that means open for business.
Oh, it's down. I think it's down in some scenes. Maybe
it does. It absolutely does. Absolutely.
But here we go. This is another plot of Spectre, changed from the book where it was a plot of Smersh. But I kind of get.
What does Smersh stand for again?
It's some Russian thing for death to spot.
No, that's incorrect. Smersh
what is it?
Smersh is the sound that hard breasts make when you put your body up.
Oh, fuck!
Anyway,
this is hands down my best stream. Let me tell you.
Anyway, I just think this is a lovely woman here. All right, but
yes, no, you're not wrong there.
Bernard Shaw is Red Grant in the book. He's terrifying, and I think he's pretty scary in this too. He's almost like an anti-Bond. He's one that I think.
Did you say Bernard Shaw?
I think that's who it is. Yeah. Am I wrong here?
Robert Shaw.
Robert Shaw.
Robert Shaw.
Okay, sorry, Robert Shaw. Okay.
No, you're fine. I just wanted to make sure.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's what they call. Never mind. I won't say a boomer room. But anyway. But anything left to say about From Russia with Love?
Do you have any idea what caliber of gun he's holding? Because I can't tell from this picture.
No, but I'm sure it was mentioned in the book.
Looks like a Walther PPK.
No, he takes Bond's gun from him.
Oh.
Yeah.
So it probably is a Walther PPK.
Yeah, I know the man from U.N.C.L.E. was really big on Walther PPKs.
Which was heavily influenced by James Bond.
That's why I'm thinking it's probably a Walther.
And no shade to the man from U.N.C.L.E. because if it weren't for the man from U.N.C.L.E., Netter and I probably never would have met.
And isn't that an in-joke that they put in Dr. No about the Walther from the books? Because in the books he carried a Beretta. Is that right?
Yes.
And so in the beginning of Dr. No, they force him to take the Beretta, give the Beretta back.
Yep.
And he's like, no, I want to keep it. And they're like, no, you're going to take the Walther. And he's like, but I like the Beretta. It'll get jammed on you. Like, it's this whole thing. Anyway, I'll shut up.
No. I'm kind of a big 2A kind of guy, so this kind of stuff matters to me.
Anyway, good follow-up to Dr. No. We get to see our first instance of the man with the cat in the background, Blofeld, who we don't know is Blofeld yet.
Which I love the fact that so there's a character who's played by many different actors, just like James Bond. So again, this is kind of referring back to. I'm sorry, Michael. We reference you a lot with this particular topic. This idea of Indiana Jones missed the boat on the opportunity to keep the franchise going by changing actors for different roles. Just saying.
All right.
I loved From Russia with Love. I thought it was a great film. It's one of the ones I always make sure I keep up with on the new formats when they come out. I do think it's a really, really good Bond film, and if Dr. was the financial success that it needed to be to get a second film, the second film is the crucial one. It's the make or break movie, and they stuck the landing. So
true.
Great follow-up. And, of course, then we get, of course, the big one, which is Goldfinger, which this one is where Bond, I guess, really took off in the public consciousness.
And this is the film where I do have to point out Song by Shirley Bassey, who did a number of James Bond titles.
She did Mr. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, which wasn't, I think, used for Thunderball, but you can...
True.
On the DVD, you can listen to a commentary track where they play the song over her version of the song over the credits too.
True.
So you can see what it was.
But of course, I have a true affinity for Shirley Bassey because I share a birthday with her.
Oh, okay. But there's a poster for it. I don't know if that was. I think that was an original. Here we go.
There you go. Oh, sweet.
Is this the first introduction of the Aston Martin? I believe the first time we see Q in a movie as well, right?
In
film? No. We did
no.
Incorrect. We saw him from Russia with Love.
He comes in with the briefcase and From Russia with Love, the attaché case.
Yes, and he's not angry at Bond, but it's the same actor. And then by the time we get to part 2, he doesn't like Bond. He's already just their relationship is established. He's angry that he damages the equipment.
My favorite Bond girl is in this movie.
Oh, are you meaning this Bond girl?
No, but she's wonderful. She's wonderful, but as a matter of fact, I don't mean her.
Which one?
I mean Margaret Nolan playing Dink at the hotel at the swimming pool.
Yes.
Who's giving Connery a massage when Felix arrives. Fortunately, Dink is not killed by Goldfinger, and she doesn't even have anything to do with that plot, and in my head canon, she lives on and goes and does all kinds of wonderful things. And then Margaret Nolan went on to be in a bunch of the Carry On films in the UK. So,
real quick, I do want to acknowledge Stardate Trivia. First, you don't have to be so formal with Agent Boomer, Mr. Agent Boomer. You know that all the James Bond villains were named after real people that Ian Fleming didn't like. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
That is interesting. I did not know that myself.
I know that James Bond, the character himself, I believe, was named after. He had a book. I guess he was a What do you call a bird watcher? Someone who's into birds.
Ornithologist.
Stalker.
Ornithologist, is that what you call it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he had a book because he was into that, and the book was written by a man named James Bond. I think that was what the book was. It was a book on birds, and he invited him to the Goldeneye estate. Ian Fleming did once, so he got to meet the James Bond that wrote the book on the bird watching.
See, Clue Channel is keyed in. Thanks for being here, Clue Channel. Welcome.
But there's Honor Blackman. Sorry, I do like her character's name is Pussy Galore. When they came out with a trading card set in the '60s for Bond,
yes, they did. That's right.
They called her on the card Kitty Galore.
That really changes it, right?
Yes. I think this is a good Bond movie. I will say this though, I'm with Michael French and the fact that it ends in Kentucky, and I'm like, where's the exotic locales? We get a little bit of one in the beginning. I guess it's a South American country, but you get to see very little of them. Like one of my key features of a Bond movie is exotic locales. That's what I want, and this movie seems to be lacking in them.
Exactly.
Like there's Miami, I guess, and there's some golf course somewhere in Europe.
Well, in fairness, you live in Florida, so I mean, what the rest of us might consider an exotic location, you're like, I fucking live here.
There we go. Honor Blackman. Let me see. We have here. We have Oddjob and Ulrich Goldfinger. Oddjob, who I believe is Korean. That's what he describes. That's what he's described with Goldfinger in the book. Goldfinger, in my opinion, is one of the most disgusting Bond supervillains.
Yes.
I think he's fairly awful.
Yes, I agree.
Remember when he's the girl that's giving him the card information at the beginning, and he's like, he pays me for what? To be seen with him at functions? Is that all?
Right?
Yes, that's all. And like, and then Connery gets a big smile on this last. Oh, you're much too nice a girl to be mixed with that. And I know what he was thinking. It's like, I can't sleep with this woman if she slept with him. That's what he was thinking. That's disturbing. I remember live stream Mike.
Wait a minute, KBA. I remember the live stream where Michael got a Playmobil Aston Martin and Melinda had to run the stream while Michael and Tony spent 10 minutes obsessed with the car.
Well, it was the Goldfinger. It was the Goldfinger DB5. What was I going to do?
Thank you, KBA. Yes, I remember that too, and oh, damn. The way you describe it is perfect.
Also, I take umbrage with Putin's cat calling Dink Chunky Butt.
No, I remember the scene though where he says, "We have to talk to Felix later." She's like, "What about man talk?" And he slaps her on the butt before she leaves.
Yeah, exactly. But look, it doesn't mean that it went smirch. Okay, like,
jeez.
Okay, so. No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die. Yeah, so any thoughts on this movie? It's many people's favorite Bond.
You're right. That line does come from this movie. You're absolutely right. No,
Yeah.
Mr. Bond, I expect you to die.
Yeah, do you expect me to talk? And he's like, no, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die. Yes.
Well, then you just should have shot him in the head. This does bring up all the Austin Power, memes.
Yes. I have a question, though. Does anyone here think this movie is overrated? Am I setting a trap? Let's see.
I like every James Bond film for what it is, so okay. I am not a good person to answer that question.
There's the big thing at Fort Knox at the end. That's interesting, huh?
Yeah.
Any thoughts, Michael, on Goldfinger?
I grew up with it on VHS. It was one of the ones I had anytime I wanted to watch.
God bless you, VHS.
I love Goldfinger. I love it. It's probably my favorite. I don't mean to sound cliche, but it's probably my favorite Connery Bond film.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I have it's funny, my sister for Christmas, 1 year after I had just gotten into Bond films, this was before I had a DVD player, she got me the Connery 6-pack with all 6 of the Eon Production Connery movies, and they were all widescreen on VHS, so that was a nice gift. So that's how I started getting familiar with the old Connery Bond movies, but yeah. While filming Oddjob's death scene in which the character is electrocuted, Sakata's hand was badly burned by the effect, but he held on until he heard the director, Guy Hamilton, call cut. Well, that's professionalism.
I tell you, that is above and beyond. I highly respect that. Yeah.
Yes. All right. Look up, look down, look out. Sean Connery is James Bond 007 in Thunderball. This is my favorite of the Connery Bond.
Interesting.
Movies. Yes.
You'd be surprised by what my favorite Sean Connery is.
Have we gotten to it yet?
Nope.
Okay. Anyway,
you're already judging me.
Because you well, we're getting okay. I'm gonna keep.
I don't even know if you have it in your slides.
Oh no.
Oh,
okay.
See, that gave it away. He knows.
Son of a. Okay. Look up, look down, look out.
Why do I keep you around?
How can you not think this is wonderful? Look, you have him in the jetpack. You have him underwater fighting guys, underwater.
It does make me feel like James Bond was undermarketed. We should have had a whole line of friggin' action figures for James Bond.
That's a good point. I don't know what they had in the 60s, but the kids, the kids would go see these movies too.
Yes!
These were like the blockbusters of their day. In fact, I want to give EM Productions points because in Hollywood, when they did sequels, they tended to cut the budget in half on each sequel. This was a problem with the Planet of the Apes movies. But with these Bond movies, they kept increasing the budget with each one because these were English productions. So by the time you're getting a Thunderball, they're spending more money on this. Thunderball was massive in the way that films will never achieve again. Yeah, I think you're right about that. Here we go. We have our lead Bond girl in this movie, Domino. I believe that was her name.
Oh, Domino.
Yes, beautiful actress here. Adolfo Seeley as number 2, which I don't like saying because now I'm thinking of Austin Powers.
I know, right?
I forgot what the actual villain's name was in this, but he's got the bow tie, the white tux.
The villain's name is you're talking about Largo.
Largo, thank you. Sorry about that. All right. And we do get the beginning scene where we see the man with the cat again. I love like the first 20 minutes of this movie. Sometimes I just watch the beginning of this movie because first you have the adventure that's on the roof where he is fighting a Spectre agent who's dressed as his widow because he pretended to fake his death, and him and Bond are just going at a nasty fight. He flies away in a jetpack, then gets in the Aston Martin from Goldfinger. We know what the Aston Martin can do, so he's doing the things like it could do in Goldfinger, like with the spraying of the water and the bulletproof shield comes up. Because I don't think he uses the Aston Martin anywhere else in the movie, but he uses it in the beginning part at least.
So what you're saying is this is the first appearance of Dr. Claw.
It's funny. As a child, I watched Inspector Gadget, and I always found Dr. Claw fascinating.
Yes!
And I kind of got annoyed by... I think Inspector Gadget annoyed me, but I would watch for Dr. Claw because... And then I didn't realize that what Dr. Claw was really mimicking was Blofeld.
It took me a while as a kid to understand and separate Inspector Gadget from what was that show with the other show that the voice actor did where he played a spy.
What? Dun,
dun, dun,
voice actor.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, Get Smart?
Get Smart, thank you.
Okay, yes.
I mentally associated those two shows.
Who were the villains in that? Harm?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, yeah. That was another abbreviation.
Again, both shows were very much James Bond,
right.
What do you call it, parodies, right?
To live in the 60s. As long as I wouldn't get drafted. But anyway.
Well, yeah.
Well, actually, London in the swing 60s. Go ahead.
The villain in Get Smart was Chaos. There was another movie called Agent from Harm, which was an acronym. I think Agent from Harm was a Mystery Science Theater episode that they did. With that movie.
Remember. Was that the one with James Bond's 007's brother?
Yeah.
I think Sean Connery's...
I'll be a son of a gun.
Was in that
Putin's cat is right. He also did the voice of Tennessee Tuxedo. That's right.
Don't forget
Don Adam? Or, yeah.
Don...
Don Adam.
Don Adams. Yeah.
Yeah, he did a lot of different voices.
Missed it by that much.
Yeah, don't forget the Sharks Boomer. I haven't. Well, maybe I have. I have to rewatch Thunderball. It's been a few years, but maybe I'll rewatch all the Bond movies when I'm done with the books again. But yeah, just this is cinema. This is why we go to the movies. I remember when the Star Wars sequel trilogy came out, and they were like, "Here are 3 reasons they built." When they re-released the original Star Wars trilogy, and the poster said 3 reasons why they created why they created movie theaters. And I said, "Yeah, well, they're at least like I think at that point there were 18 Bond films. There are 18 reasons." When you're looking at the
Yeah, right.
But anything left to say about Thunderball?
I grew up with this movie. It was on VHS. It was one of the ones I had on VHS and official VHS, and I watched it a lot. I didn't like it as much as Goldfinger, but I really liked the Bond girls in this movie. So Domino, and then the redhead that betrays him at one point. Like, yeah, that was a developmental moment for me.
Italian actress. She's also in the movie Green Slime, if you've ever heard of that.
Yep.
Yes.
And I own both Green Slime and Thunderball on Blu-ray. So there you go.
She was redheaded too, right? Yes, she was an Italian redheaded actress.
Yep.
People think red hair is just the Irish. No, it shows up in other cultures too.
Yep.
Yeah, in fact, I have family members who are redheads. At least that's what my grandmother tells me. Italian, and my beard used to come in red. Now it's gray. Now it's gray.
But did you see this movie, Troy?
Yes, I've seen all of them. Yeah.
Good Bond movie. All right.
Well, no, I take that back. I should clarify. I saw up through Casino Royale. Then I haven't seen any of the James Bond.
I've seen up through Pierce Brosnan. I haven't seen any since him.
Yeah. We'll talk about Pierce Brosnan.
Here we go. Too. So, here is, I guess this is Troy's favorite Connery movie, right? Yes?
Yes. No.
Oh, no.
He tried to trick me because he knows I'm blotto, but no.
Dude. This is not good.
You only live twice.
This is like the last, in my opinion, the last good Connery movie, but people made...
I did see this one in the theaters, however.
How on earth did you see You Only Live Twice in the theater?
I don't know.
This isn't Never Say Never Again, if that's the one you're thinking about.
Nope.
It's where he goes to Japan.
What year did this come out?
1967.
I did. And yeah, you're right. This is before my time. It must have been a re-release.
They might have replayed movies. That's true. I wish Regal or somebody would replay these Bond movies.
Yes.
I think they did it with a couple of Roger Moores, and it was AMC, and I missed out on it.
There was a number of James Bond films that I saw in theaters years after they were released.
Yeah. So, here we go. James Bond goes to Japan in this one. He actually becomes Japanese. There's a scene where they disguise him up to look like a Japanese guy, which I thought was kind of... which they'd yell about today. In fact, this is one of the ones the BFI got all upset about. Here we have the first on-screen appearance of Ernst Stavro? Not Stavros, right? Stavro Blofeld.
Yes.
Played by the great Donald Pleasance. With the dueling scar on his eye. People get mad. It's like, oh, no, that's a dueling scar. That wasn't a birth defect. This is something an aristocrat might have had while he was fencing. Right, that's the impression I got. People forget that in the Bond books, it's not just the villains that have scars, too. Bond himself has a scar on the side of his face. He has like a long, slender knife stick, which sometimes it goes away, I think. But
those of us that grew up in the 70s, even, before us, the 60s, G.I. Joe had a scar on his face. That wasn't a sign of a villain. That was a sign of someone who had seen some shit.
Let's see. Connery pretending as a spy to be Japanese, not the same as Emma Stone playing a half Japanese, half Asian woman. What was that in?
I don't know, but I like Emma Stone. Don't ruin her for me.
I don't know. I don't think I want to see Poor Things, but we'll see. Anyway,
Is that the Frankenstein one?
I think so. Yeah.
I saw a part of that. It was weird.
Okay. But anyway, here we have You Only Live Twice. They say the set for this cost the set for Blofeld's lair in this costs as much as the production of Doctor No. That's how much.
I can understand that. Yeah.
Oh wait, we haven't gotten to that yet. Spoiler. Anyway, I don't have too much to say about You Only Live Twice. It's a good, solid Bond
spoiler
movie.
for films that are decades old.
Spoiler for what's coming next. Anyway,
Right.
I think this is a good Bond film.
It is.
It has that wonderful scene in the beginning where the U.S. astronauts are being kidnapped by the space satellite, and then Bond gets shot with machine guns in the beginning, and you think he's dead, and I don't know. It's a good Bond movie.
Which was the whole premise for You Only Live Twice, yeah.
Wonderful title song sung by Nancy Sinatra.
Yes.
Yeah, and like I said, this is
should I ask that question at this point?
What?
Favorite James Bond theme?
Okay, I think this is a good time.
Netter, favorite James Bond.
You mean song, title song?
Yeah. Oh, song? Yeah. Oh, gosh, I wasn't thinking about songs.
Okay, we can circle back to
title track. Like, to be fair, most of the soundtracks there's the title song, and then the soundtrack kind of steals from the title song. And,
True.
So.
What's the one? It had in the movie. It had that very statuesque black. I think she was a model or maybe a singer.
Iman.
Yeah. What movie was that?
Oh, help me out, guys. That was a Pierce Brosnan film, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah.
That Iman was in?
Is that You Only Live Twice? Because I like that song.
No.
Which one? I'm sorry. My internet went out for a second.
The film that Iman was in.
She was in Star Trek 6.
Yes, she was. But wasn't she in a James Bond film?
Are we thinking of Grace Jones from View to a Kill?
That's...
Oh, okay.
So Troy got the name wrong. Yeah,
sorry.
I kind of like the A View to a Kill song and You Only Live Twice.
Yeah, there you go. Boomer, what's your favorite?
Man with the Golden Gun.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Lulu. I do like that one. That was Lulu, I think.
Lulu.
It sounds like Shirley Bassey.
It does. You're right.
Lulu.
I mean, she did so many James Bond songs.
But I do like that. It's another song about a supervillain, and
True.
It just rocks. And also, I see the one. Is there like a dancing girl in silhouette that I get very angry that I can never find out who the silhouetted girls are in real life?
I know, right? They had great.
Who are you?
They had really great silhouettes, didn't they?
See who you are, please. Can you put them on the credits, please? No. Okay. All right. Anyway, go ahead. That's it.
Michael, favorite James Bond theme?
Living Daylights.
I knew that, but I had to ask anyway.
The close second is View to a Kill. I like it when they had that slight harder synth sound in their music and soundtracks. And so like when John Barry came in and did the Living Daylights score,
you're right.
Even though he and Aha didn't get along, John Barry and that mid to late 80s sound really complemented one another.
You're right. You're not wrong.
Good.
That's true.
Yeah.
No, I agree. Those are great tracks. Even though I'm not really a huge fan of View to a Kill, that was a great Bond song. I used to have a CD. In fact, I think I still do, of all the title tracks, at least up before the Brosnan era, and they're all on there. And I would, there's some I might skip, some but I would always stick on those two. I would always play.
There you go.
How about you, Troy?
Screw you guys! It's my channel. I can do this. I'm giving my top 3. I can't pick one from these 3.
I don't know. I could do 3, but okay.
For Your Eyes Only, Sheena Easton.
That is a good one.
Right?
That's a good one.
Nobody Does It Better, Carly Simon.
Right. Mm-hmm.
That's also a good one.
And We Have All the Time in the World, Louis Armstrong, on Her Majesty's Secret Service, my favorite James Bond. And I'm gonna, you know what? Screw it. It's my channel. I can do this. Honorable mention, not in the top 3, but it's still an honorable mention. Rita Coolidge, all-time high.
Okay.
Which I did not even realize was a James Bond theme when I first heard the song and liked it. Then I saw Octopussy and I was like, oh, this is where that comes from.
See, here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. Does Roger Moore's run on James Bond hold the record for the number of title songs that don't have the title of the movie in the song?
You make a great point there, Michael. Yes,
because there
you're
was
right.
so much drug use going on in the 70s, they couldn't get the two things together anymore. It was like,
But
let's
in
call it
fairness,
Octopussy, but do the thing
they
right.
all managed to work the title in at least as a line. So, like, for example, Nobody Does It Better does have the line, like heaven above me, the spy who loved me is keeping all my secrets safe tonight.
Yeah, where's
God,
Octopussy?
I just love Carly Simon. Let's just.
Where does
be honest.
Octopussy come into that song?
Okay, good point. Yeah, but that was the honorable mention. That's not in my top 3, so.
All right.
So.
Maybe, to be fair, Mr. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, I don't think had Thunderball in the title, but then they didn't use it. They ended up having.
Well, yeah. I mean, and full disclosure, before the stream, I did look for my CD. My CD, I'm pointing above me because that's where all my CDs are. Of the collected James Bond titles. Couldn't find it. I must have it somewhere, but
well,
we've gotten to the era where we're listening to all this shit on like YouTube and crap.
I still use an iPod.
Spotify and
I still use an iPod.
Well, you use iShit. I don't use any iCraps.
I like iPod. I like an MP3 player, and that's what it's for. But I don't think
Agent Boomer likes the old Steve Jobs heel on his neck. That's what he likes.
Something.
This is why I like Michael so much.
I'm on a Mac right now.
Steve Jobs is Agent Boomer's favorite waifu. That's what.
Something.
Oh shit!
He was cooler than Bill Gates.
This is why I keep bringing you back, Michael. You getting sick of being on my channel? This is what keeps bringing you back.
All right, but anyway.
Hello.
Actually, I forget one of the actresses in this is the mother of the lead singer of one of my favorite bands, which was Lush, which was a English shoegaze band, and I forgot her mother.
Wow.
I don't know if that's her or if she was a different Japanese actress in this movie, but yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, here we go. Anything left to say about You Only Live Twice, Michael or Troy?
No, you've moved on to the girl in the bikini. Let's go.
Okay, let's move on. This was the big thing with Blofeld. I was expecting great things after, but unfortunately another Bond movie released this year. And this is Casino Royale, which I almost didn't bring up on the stream, but I figured I better just run the gamut. Look at this.
Because you know how Netter and I feel about this, so you had to.
Okay, well, you can feel your way, and I feel my way. But anyway, we got Peter Sellers, Ursula. I'm being restrained, dude.
He's like, this is your stream, so I'll be restrained. Netter's giving me a soda because she knows how loaded I am by 2 martinis.
I'm not saying this is the worst Bond movie. I might be saying it's the worst movie ever made. No, I'm sorry. Wait.
Holy fuck! Considering what you wanted me to play on Monday night at the movies this week, dude.
Have you seen Bad Ronald?
So now this is the Casino Royale with Woody Allen.
Yes,
it is.
Yes, it is.
I thought it was funny.
See, this was Austin Power before we had Austin Power.
Okay, let's get it. In fact, what else annoys me? Barbara Boucher is in this, and I'm very upset because I wonder if this then she didn't get into any real Bond movies because of this movie. Like Barbara Boucher should have been a Bond girl, period. And
she was a Bond girl for fuck's sake.
In this movie.
Yes.
In this fake movie, this fake Bond movie.
Well, this is the only Casino Royale we got until the reboot.
Nice. We have David Niven.
Yes.
You like him?
I do.
You like the part where he's like he goes into the bathroom and the young Scottish girl and she's like, "Get in, get in."
Oh my
I guess
gosh,
that was funny.
that blonde is hot. Let me just say.
There were a lot of attractive women in this.
Yes.
I guess they were playing off the fact that he's the older Bond because apparently, and this is what starts when you have friends, especially in the 90s, before you could verify things on the internet, and they're like, no, Connery and Roger Moore and Timothy Dunn, they're all different Bonds. It's a code name they just give around to each guy.
No,
it comes from this movie. That's where it came from, because they're all different James
That
Bonds
was a friggin'... This whole movie is a friggin' joke.
Yeah, it's a parody.
It's a parody. Yeah, this is Austin Powers.
Oh, here we go. Peter Sellers. Apparently, Peter Sellers punched the director of this movie. I've heard
it warms my heart to know that.
And he did not get along with Mr. Orson Welles here.
Nobody got along with Orson Welles, for fuck's sake.
They had to shoot a bunch of their scenes when they weren't on set together, so you'd see reaction shots, and they would not be in the same room because they loathe each other. This is what I've heard.
I think that the production of this film was labored. Let's just say that.
I'm sure there were drugs involved during the production of this film.
I hope so. That would explain a lot.
I remember renting this because back then...
Wait a minute. Michael, have you seen this film?
Yes, unfortunately.
Did you have it on VHS as a kid? Did your aunt buy it for you? Say, I know you're a big Bond fan. The guy.
Yeah, here's this James Bond.
Is that what happened to you? I'm just curious.
I did. I was spared that. The lamb's blood was put on my door frame. And
I got that reference.
The VHS of Casino Royale passed over my house, but I did see it, and I don't know. There's something about that era of filmmaking where...
Direct quote from Michael French. The fuck is this?
Well, look, with this era of filmmaking, this late 60s era of satirization, it either lands for me or it doesn't. So, for example...
And this one didn't.
I absolutely love the James Coburn Flint movies. I think they're hilarious.
Oh, shit, yeah.
I do like those.
I like Flint,
Yeah.
Those are great. I am disappointed by Raquel Welch's Fathom, which is an attempt to do that as well. I'll still watch it for Raquel Welch, but there's not. And then this Casino Royale, there was just, I don't know, it just didn't land with me. There was maybe it was the Sellers factor, though I don't hate Sellers in every role he's in. I don't hate him at all. It's just in this particular film, it didn't. Maybe it was because I don't like Woody Allen. I don't know,
Woody Allen is a measured thing.
He's hit or miss. I'll admit I haven't wanted to like Woody Allen movies, but I have. So I think it's a love or hate sort of thing.
Woody Allen is the sea cucumber of cinema personalities. You either like
in
really
fairness,
like food.
I did like Sleepers and Bananas.
I don't think I've seen either of those. I think.
You should those. If you see any films of his, those are the two you should see.
Anyway, what were we talking about here? We're talking about
James Bond, Casino Royale.
I like the girl in the post. I like the women in this movie too. There were lots of nice-looking ladies, like Barbara Boucher.
Yes.
You can see a lot of Barbara Boucher in "Don't Torture a Duckling" from Lucio Fulci. All right, but
let me make a note of that.
Okay, if you want to watch that. But anyway. This is just a no. But it's okay if you like it, because like I said, people have tastes, and tastes differ, right? And we can all get along. All I'm going to say is when I rented this from the Blockbuster, when I was trying to watch all the Bond movies, I think I got almost to the end, and I was prided on myself. I was a young cinephile, and I'm like, I watch movies to the end, and I'll judge it then. And I think I got to the part where there was the psychedelic stuff going on with Orson Welles, and I think I only had, 10 minutes left, and I'm like, life's too short. I stopped the tape, rewound it, didn't watch anymore. I did finally rewatch it again years later and made it to the end, but no, there's something about this. Maybe I had to have been alive in the 60s to understand some of the stuff going on here.
I get what you're saying.
No.
This is the thing I try to impart on all of my followers.
Song at the end. I'm sorry.
We tend to talk about older films, older franchises and stuff. You do need to kind of understand the cultural context of most of these things. Okay. Real quick, I do want to point out Sellers is great in Pink Panther movies. For me, the Pink Panther movies, I was slow to appreciate the films for themselves. I was a big fan of the Henry Mancini theme, so that's the original reason I loved them. Just saying. I know, it's weird. It's weird. I'm weird. You know, you guys should know that by now.
Burt Bacharach did the theme for this movie.
Burt Bacharach.
You know what was...
we could do a whole stream just on Burt Bacharach.
Well, not tonight. Anyway, what was
no,
I
not
say?
Tonight, of course.
I used to watch the show Mad Men, and you can tell from Mad Men, even though he's not obvious about it, you see Don Draper every once in a while. You see him reading a James Bond novel, right? He's obviously a Bond fan. Many men of the era were.
There you go.
And then he's in a theater one time, and like he's talking to someone from the office, and then she leaves, and then the movie starts, and I'm like, what is that song? I know that song, and I realize it's the song from Casino Royale. He's in the theater watching Casino Royale, and nothing more is done with that. Yeah. And I thought, what did Don Draper think of Casino Royale? I want to know, because I know he read the book.
There you go. There you go.
Anyway.
You got to take it with a grain of salt. It's parody, you know.
Okay, now you can remove.
We spent way more time on Casino Royale than you intended, Boomer.
We can remove these slides. Now go to Bond B.
We'll
try to kind of crack through these. All right, come on.
Is that the one that's showing Austin Powers?
Yes.
Okay, there you go.
Now I put this up here. Not going to spend any time on Austin Powers, but I'm saying here's your Bond parody.
Yes.
This I greatly enjoyed at the time it came out, and this tears Bond a new one, but it's funny. I'm sorry. It just it goes after the Bond villains too, not just Bond.
It really does. Yeah, absolutely.
It's a perfect. It sends up other spy movies of the era too, but it really goes after Bond. It's a very funny movie. That's all I'm going to say on Austin Powers tonight. Okay, I just wanted to bring that in there as a
fair enough
alternative to Casino Royale. But anyway, and here we go. Far up. Far out, far more. James Bond 007 is back. George Lazenby is James Bond 007 on Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Yep.
Probably
my favorite James Bond film. That's just me.
I don't hate this movie. There's a lot I love about this movie. I have some issues. One, I think Lazenby, and people might disagree, I think Broccoli, it sounded like the producers had it in it for him, because I'm not saying he was perfect either with the press either. No. He probably did himself some damage too, but I mean, these are big shoes to fill with Connery.
True.
Here are things that I think if this had been like a soft reboot, it would have gone along better, because it doesn't follow the continuity really set by the other films. Because for starters, in this movie, he's supposed to be meeting Blofeld for the first time, because in the book, he's meeting Blofeld for the first time in the book. And I think they were trying to stick close to the book, but the problem is that doesn't gel with what happened in the prior movies.
Let me make a supposition.
Okay, yeah.
I feel like what they were trying to do with On Her Majesty's Secret Service was kind of touch on the story of Casino Royale, which they had never done.
I don't know. I have not.
Think about it.
I don't know. I haven't read On Her Majesty's Secret Service yet.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I misspoke. On Her Majesty's Secret Service, I feel like they were trying to reference Casino Royale.
Possibly.
Think about the storyline of Casino Royale, the romance and so forth,
right.
and think about On Her Majesty's Secret Service. There's some big similarities there.
Yeah, well, that might have. I don't know.
Which very much shapes who James Bond is.
Here's my issue. I as I said, I think if this had been like a soft reboot, I think. The problem is you have him getting angry at M at one scene, and he says, "I'm leaving," and then he's going through his drawer, and as he pulls items out from the drawer, you hear the little theme songs from the prior Bond films. So that basically states that, no, this is the Connery Bond.
Yes.
But it's not syncing up in other ways. So if you're trying to introduce us to this Bond, stop referencing the old Bond. That's
in that reference, in that regard, you're right. It is
not
a little
work.
disjointed.
I think the plot line's interesting.
Yep.
I think the love story is excellent in this movie.
Diana Riggs is just, for fuck's sake, man.
I understand why.
She is definitely at the top of my Bond women, you know.
I understand why he falls in love with her, and I know the point when he does fall in love with her. Like, they do have a romance earlier because her dad's afraid she's going to off herself and do other things.
She tried! The movie opens up with her trying, you know?
And so he wants her dad, who owns a crime ring, oddly enough, but it's not like Spectre, but he's not an evil man, but he does operate outside the law. But
True.
He wants Bond to, you know, tame her, marry her, you know, that's what she needs in her life. And he's like, I'm not the marrying kind, but I guess he goes along with it for help with Spectre. And they do have kind of a whirlwind romance. And she's like, you know, I know it's not going to last, Pop, after he goes off, but this was good for, you know, she was at least thankful. And you feel kind of bad for her. Anyway, he ends up in Blofeld's latest scheme, which I guess is to send a bunch of women out and, I guess, make a bunch of different species infertile unless they grant him the ability to become a count or some stuff like that. Telly Savalas plays him in this movie. They wanted a more physical actor that could actually punch Bond and do things like that. That's why they want Telly Savalas as Blofeld in this movie. And then he escapes from the lair when he's found out, because originally he's going on. This is the part in the movie that drives me crazy. They have him going undercover, basically, as like a British professor, like an expert of genealogy, because Blofeld's trying to get recognized as a count.
Yes.
And they think Blofeld is faking everything, but they're hoping. But of course he requested this professor out, so he decides to be the professor. And then they change Lazenby's voice, and they have Lazenby talking like the professor, like they use the other actor's voice, like he's disguising his own voice. And I'm sorry, that was a bad call, and it's not Lazenby's fault because he didn't know they were doing that,
right?
You know, in the production. But I do like when he escapes. There's this terrifying chase sequence when he's trying to leave there, and he's in this. He's finally goes. I don't know if it's in Switzerland or Austria, wherever they are, and there's Christmas music playing, but there are these Spectre agents after him, and he's in a crowd, and you're thinking he's in some deep trouble. He could get killed right here. And then, coming up on ice skates, is the Diana Rigg character, I hate it when this happens. What was her name?
Tracy.
Tracy.
Tracy something. Tracy.
Teresa Bond. Well, she marries him. Yeah, but she shows up, and I think at that moment, like when he's at his down and out, she's there, and I'm thinking that's probably where the sparks happen, and she rescues him. She basically helps rescue him, and they flee there. And
I don't know. You say Diana Rigg, I think Emma Peel.
Well, no, absolutely. That is absolutely valid. I do also want to point out one thing about On Her Majesty's Secret Service. Joanna Lumley, which most of you probably know from Ab Fab. You know, she appeared in this far earlier. I think a very underrated, beautiful woman.
Okay, but Joanna Lumley, she wasn't.
And those of you that don't know what Ab Fab, absolutely fabulous, look into it, my friends. You will thank me later.
All right, but anyway, I mixed.
Michael knows what I'm talking about.
I mixed on this movie. It has strengths. I think if it had been it would have gone along better. Like we're done with Connery, now we're moving on to Lazenby. Let's sort of do a soft reboot. Like we're not going to redo the stories we've just done.
And you know, I have as much as I've said this is my favorite film, my favorite Bond film, which makes me a much of an outlier in the James Bond.
It's not as much as you think. This movie has the ski chase scene. It's one of the most thrilling things I've ever seen in a movie, period. And I'll admit that. All right. So,
but the one thing I will say about this, the big negative for me is a minor throwaway joke, but it bothers the hell out of me. That whole bit about the other guy never happened
to the other guy.
It's like, breaking the fourth wall, you know, calling out the whole as if there were different James Bonds. It's like, that bothered me.
And it was a fourth.
I just push that aside as you don't take that seriously. It's just a joke. It's not, meant to be some kind of a canon reference.
It was there to ease the audience that was angry that Connery wasn't there, and I think it was like a nod. Okay,
True.
I'm not Connery. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Bear with me.
That's kind of how I take it, and I dig that. And you're right. You're
right. I don't think it's necessarily aged well. Anyway, Michael's been very quiet.
He's like, why are we still talking about this damn film?
Look, I said my piece earlier. I'm not a huge fan of this film because I think the mountain snow fortress with all the women that were clearly inspiring the fembots later in Austin Powers is a little odd, and
yeah, because Moonraker was so,
Well, no, I'm not saying Moonraker didn't either. You're gonna assume from what I'm saying here that I liked Moonraker.
Fair enough. That's a good point.
But the thing is that some people are like, oh no, it was trying to go back to the feel of a Connery film, and I'm like, when you've got him walking around in a kilt and that lacy collar most of the movie, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to plug in. This is
that's true.
In Fembot world,
it's
and
terrible.
Then you've got
that was terrible.
Look, you've got the Cool Runnings thing at the end, and you've got the self-referential like weird title sequence where they're basically like draining all the other movies past you.
Yeah,
and, it's like his office looks like a Planet Hollywood of Bond props. Like it's not. It's like, what is this? Like this is
no.
So the only thing I would agree with that has been said so far is I do agree with Troy that Diana Rigg was definitely she was definitely the hardest pair of breasts in the whole Bond series, and I mean for that we can give the film some props.
See, this is the thing about Diana Rigg between this and Emma Poole and so forth. When we get to Game of Thrones, it's like, fuck it, she's still hot. I don't care how old she gets. I don't care how wrinkled she is. She's Diana fucking Riggs.
She aged gracefully. I will say this.
Yes.
But there's
right there. You go there. Yeah.
Remember the scene where the guy, there's a scene later where I think he knocks some guy into like a grinder and he had a lot of guts.
The one time that I went skiing in my life, this was going through my head. So yes.
And I already know what Michael's thinking. There have been other ski chase scenes in other Bond movies that were.
Yeah.
Look, I like the fact that they actually shot it mostly in camera, although there are process shots in this film.
True.
The process shots are overt because of the late 60s era of this movie, like especially some of the bobsled shots where they're like, look, it's coming right at me. He's like, no, it's not. That's just Telly Savalas sitting in front of us in a bobsled. But at least this isn't as bad as Roger Moore on Profile on a treadmill just doing this in front of a moving screen and then looking like it's better.
Oh yeah.
I'm not saying that, but and also the fact that in this movie they literally left the Aston Martin on a beach and you never saw it again, and then he's like,
"That's true. That is true."
He's like, "You got to give me something to stay hanging with this film," and kilts and weird women with perm wigs and stuff in a facility that's constantly in purple light it's just not it for me. It doesn't work. The whole thing weird.
Okay. Well, anyway, Damn Full Idealistic Crusader says, he's addressing you. IMH plays very differently once you've read the novels. It's extremely close to the book. Bond is at his most human here. Well, I'm looking forward to eventually getting to that book. But yeah, that's what they said. They were trying to base it as much on the book, unlike the other movies. But again, I don't know. Do you want to move to Rumble, Troy?
Good question. Michael, one of the things I'm trying to do is trying to build my Rumble channel, and after about 2 hours, what I like to do is try to convince everybody to move over to Rumble, end the stream on YouTube, and if people are so inclined and charitable, maybe they could follow me on Rumble. So, would you be okay with that if we do that?
I don't really have a choice.
Well, that may be true, but I have asked your opinion. You could.
No, I know that, but it's like here are your choices. You want to stay on the stream? Not. And I'm like, well,
no, that wasn't.
No, that's not what you're saying. That's what reality is saying. So it's like, well.
Oh, for fuck's sake! I'm too drunk for this shit, Michael.
What he's saying is he streams on both Rumble.
Do you mind?
YouTube.
Is that okay? Do you feel okay with that?
I get what. Yeah, no, that's fine. I don't care.
Okay, guys. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop the. There we go. Dropping the Rumble link. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be. I just said it, didn't I? I'm going to be ending the YouTube stream. I'd like you guys to, if you want to continue with us, hang out with us. Come on over to Rumble. We're just going to continue. And, you know, if you're having fun, maybe follow me on Rumble. Rumble is where I will be if YouTube ever yeets my channel, which seems more and more likely every day. Just saying.
What do you like? Why? You're
one of these, because Boomer can tell you. I get into
can't even tell me how old he is. All right, so
that's right. Fuck you, Boomer. You're an asshole. No, because every now and again I get a little political. I say some things that YouTube doesn't like, and I honestly believe that if I get big enough for them to notice me, they may say, "Well, fuck you."
He wants a backup plan, so he wants a built-up Rumble channel.
Yes, and that's the other thing. I just want to have a backup just in case, you know.
I understand completely why you want to start mirroring your channel over on another platform. I get that totally. I just can't fathom why on earth you would be in danger of being deplatformed at all. Like,
because I am overly cautious. Probably. That's why. That's the truth. Actually, I'm going to... thank you, Netter, for taking care of this for me. I will pick this up on Rumble, so... bear with me, guys.
I keep forgetting there's a private chat, so I didn't even...
That's not... no. This is better to pick up on Rumble. So, we'll jump over to Rumble, and we will pick up with Diamonds Are Forever... Hold on a second. And guys, thanks for hanging out with me. You don't have to come over to Rumble if you don't want to.
And I am still streaming on my YouTube channel.
And Netter is still on YouTube. If you guys are on Netter's channel, just stay on Netter's channel. But yeah,
I'm going to be my channel.
Well, you better stay on your channel.
I'm streaming right now. Netter is streaming this at the same time that you are.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Well, you guys are fancy. That's amazing.
And actually, I gave Boomer the opportunity, but he chose not to because we had a bad experience on the last
it's
stream.
just I don't want anything happening while Michael's on.
I know. We're trying to not allow any trolls in when Retroblasting is on with us.
Plus, I'm doing the presentation, so last week I didn't even realize it was coming from my channel when the guy was.
It was weird. We got a troll that was saying all kinds of really crappy things, and I assumed because it was. I see a little symbol that says when it's not on my stream. I thought it was Netter, and I'm like, Netter, can you check in the private chat? I said, Netter, can you check your YouTube channel? I think somebody's being a troll. Get rid of them. And it turned out it was Boomer. And he's like, how do I attract these guys? You know?
I don't know. I never saw the guy before. But
that's okay. Don't. I think you've taken it way too. It could have happened to any of us, Boomer. Don't worry about it.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, just as a precaution, while we have a special guest.
Anyway, I'm going to drop the YouTube channel. Thank you guys for hanging out with me on YouTube. I did drop the Rumble channel. We will continue over there. Thanks for understanding, and we'll catch you on that side. And I'm going to do the thing where I remove it, remove, and then I think I got to save. and we will continue on Rumble. Okay, thanks, guys, for being patient with me, and we are now still on Rumble, and I am seeing you guys all filter in. There's Netter, deleted scenes, Connie Cleary, Ted M2915. Yeah, I know you guys have different names over here. Agent Boomer, Samuel Proctor, John. Thanks, guys, for following me over here. And just realize that some of y'all might not, or, well, they're not even hearing me if they're not on Rumble. But some of the people might have been lost if they don't already have Rumble accounts. But,
yeah. And like I said, if they're on YouTube and they moved over to my channel, they could still do YouTube if they don't want to do Rumble.
That's true. If you want to stay on Rumble, look, here's, and Michael, you may not even realize this, but I have actually, although I am not monetized yet on YouTube, I have made money on Rumble with only like 60 subscribers over there. I've made over $10.
Wow!
Compared to my zero on YouTube.
Cannot even buy a Big Mac in today's currency.
Oh, fuck it! I'm not even buying fast food. Well, no, I take that back. I still like Chick-fil-A.
That's the thing, though. That was the only thing that kept me from pulling the trigger on Rumble at the time. It had nothing to do with not wanting to be on that platform or whatever. It was because their monetization settings were so strange. I was like,
they are strange. That is true.
I was like, I have to pick a tier, and none of these tiers are reading right. Like it's like they're writing it in some sort of like alien legalese where I'm like, I don't understand.
I don't get me wrong, Michael. There are some things about Rumble that just drive me up the friggin' wall.
Yeah.
For example, I'm here in StreamYard. And if I type in StreamYard, it goes out to Twitter, it goes out to YouTube, it does not go out to Rumble. I literally have to be in my Rumble screen in order to drop a chat into Rumble. Whatever. Right. There are some other things, and it's kind of not Rumble's fault. Google and YouTube are conspiring against Rumble. Yeah. They're just trying to cut them out. That's just the way it is. But there is something to be said for the fact that I could cash out and get $10 from Rumble, and I've still yet to be monetized on YouTube. Just saying.
Right.
But now that we are here on Rumble, and I'm sorry to all the people that might be coming to us late because you didn't already have Rumble accounts. I didn't think that through when we were doing the stream today. I did want to share with you guys. So I have my...
It's upside down.
Damn right. You're right.
Sorry.
I am upside down.
It's your custom covers?
My custom covers, the spine-spanning artwork of my James Bond collection.
Craig. All right.
So it's... Connery, Moore, Dalton, Brosnan, and
Craig.
This fucker, yeah. And although it's not part of the spanning spine,
there we go.
I just I had
that's
to,
a collector's item because they never wanted to print it again. I'm sorry. Wait a minute.
I do this. I create these custom covers, these collections that I don't buy. I buy them one at a time, and then I put them into these custom covers that I make. They take up less room on the shelves. I think they look really cool when you do those spanning spines and whatnot, and it just shows what a fucking nerd I am.
Okay. Anyway.
Go ahead.
Diamonds
are forever.
This is when they brought Sean Connery back for an outing because I guess the Lazenby thing ended up being such a disaster. They had to get Connery back, and they had to pay him a pretty penny to come back for a Bond movie, which might explain why some of that money didn't go to the effects.
I got the feeling he didn't really want to come back.
No, he didn't want to come back to play Bond. He had a problem with Bond getting silly with the gadgets. I guess that was a complaint Michael had as well, right? Where he thought the originals were a little more grounded than what came later.
Is that wait a minute? Interjection here. Is that true, Michael? You don't have a Rumble channel?
No, not at the moment because
I was going to say because I am not subscribed to you on Rumble. I'm sure I've looked for everyone that I follow on YouTube. I've looked for on Rumble, but that's another problem with Rumble. Sometimes it's hard to find the channels you're looking for.
Cat says Connery hated Saltzman. Interesting. I didn't know this.
I had heard that too. Thank you, Pootie. Yeah.
Was it Harry Saltzman, right? He was one of the two producers. He's interesting because he did those Harry Palmer movies. I have those as well. I do like $1 Billion Brain. I will defend that movie. But anyway, it's all get out, but I defend it. But we're not talking about Harry Palmer. We're talking about Diamonds Are Forever, which is another goofy movie. Which for a while has been my favorite bad James Bond movie. But I've read the book, and I felt the book was worse. I've learned.
That's rare.
I then went on to. I saw a video where they said here were the potential other Diamonds Are Forever scripts, and there were 2 scripts written. Like one of them was going to be a sequel Lazenby movie where he was going after revenge on Blofeld, and I think Blofeld gets eaten by his own cats at the end or something. This sounds awful.
Well, you know what? That is absolutely fair. You know, if Blofeld got killed, that's what happens. Cats will eat you.
No, it's just this thought was dumb. Okay,
I do want to mention Tim Hayes makes a great point. Well, there's that too, but that's not the one that I meant to bring up.
The reason some scripts don't get shot. That's what I'm saying.
I'm sorry, I've lost it. Somewhere Tim Hayes said something about having a Rumble channel and not having used it. The fact is, if you have a YouTube channel, you can do what I'm doing. Simulcast on Rumble, and I'm sure a bunch of other platforms as well. This way you're backed up on multiple platforms, potentially increasing your exposure, increasing your, financial gain. Just saying. But anyway, that's a side thing.
All right. You like we're in Vegas, baby, in this movie. True. Vegas, baby, Vegas. Look at that. Look at that poster, huh?
Have you okay?
Lovely girls next to James Bond. And
let me ask the 2 blokes in the stream. Have you guys both at any point visited Las Vegas yourselves?
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
Was it a good experience or a bad experience?
It was a fine experience. There were some things about it that I liked a lot. There were some things about it that I really was like, I could do without that.
Fair enough.
Some of Las Vegas feels very tired and very fabricated. It feels very like,
There was... Oh, go ahead.
Saying some of it was impressive. Some of it was impressive.
Absolutely, I agree. Netter and I, when we were... Was that when we were... After we were married or before we got married?
I don't know. Finish your sentence so I know what
we went to Las Vegas.
Oh, Las Vegas. For the experience, we've been married for a while, dear.
But we didn't take the kids with us.
No, because they're old farts and they don't need to come with us for our anniversary.
It was for our anniversary, wasn't it?
Oh my goodness, dude.
Well, dude, you've been married for over 30 years. These years kind of run together.
Recent, right? I don't know.
Not really. We went for the last year.
Yeah, the Star Trek experience.
The Star Trek experience was at the Hilton in Las Vegas. It was the first time I'd been to Las Vegas. First time you'd been to Las Vegas too?
No, I'd been there before.
Oh, okay.
Question. Have they ever done a James Bond experience at Las Vegas?
Fuck if I know. I've only ever been to James...
That's money waiting to be had, you idiots. Oh, man.
I've only been to Las Vegas for the Star Trek experience. We never left the hotel. We had every meal at Quark's Bar. I all the gambling I did was in the Star Trek experience portion of it. It was great. They had two immersive experiences, the Klingon one and the Borg one. It was brilliant.
I thought they would have Dabo tables.
They did they did
All right.
to a degree.
Anyway.
It was obviously roulette, right? But the best you could get. I still have Romulan ale and Klingon blood wine from that experience, both of which sucked. Okay. So having them as collector's items is okay. I have no impetus to open them. Anyway, that's a side thing. Okay. You brought up Las Vegas. We had to mention it.
Got to move this along. Look at this.
Move it along.
There we are. We have the return of Sean Connery, and that's Plenty O'Toole next to him. There's a Jill
Plenty O'Toole. Plenty O'Toole is my second favorite Bond girl.
There you go.
Nice.
Remember
Lana Wood, the sister of Natalie Wood.
Yes.
And remember, she comes up to him and she says, "I'm Plenty," and he says, "Of course you are." Plenty O'Toole, and she says, "Named after your father, perhaps." No, this is just bad.
Oh God.
Bad. This is.
Here we go.
There's a funny channel called Dutch Bond Fan. He goes through all the Bond movies. He was making a point that this is only a couple years after he only lived twice, but Connery looks like he's aged 10 years. He was he's freaking out about this. There's a part in Holland where he puts on a Dutch accent for reasons. One of the scenes. There's the American mob. I guess the Italian-American mob show up in this. Blofeld's in it again. There's multiple.
Oh yeah.
To create the Blofeld clones.
Yes.
And there's a scene where he's in Dragon. One scene where he's dressed as a woman. I spared you that
yes,
pic.
Thank you.
This is just.
Samuel Proctor says Boomer turned into Porky Pig for a second. And every time people bring up Porky Pig in my stream, I think, son of a BBB, son of a BBB, son of a BB, son of a gun. Yeah, you thought I was going to say son of a bitch, didn't you?
I love Tim Hayes' comment.
Right?
She has big boobs. It's like...
Yes, she does. Yes, she does, and that is a good thing.
Okay, this is the wonderful scene where, what was...
Thank you, Tim.
This wasn't the Porsche, right? Or the Corvette. What was this? Anyway, they go through this alley, right? And they come out on
Mustang.
What?
It's a Ford Mustang.
It does look like a Mustang, yeah.
I'm sorry. Anyway,
I've never seen a Ford Mustang up on two wheels, though.
This is because it's Diamonds Are Forever. This is the first of the Smokey and the Bandit style chase sequences.
Yes. Okay.
He goes through this end, but when they come out, it's in the wrong direction. So then they had to shoot a scene where the car rotates while the two of them are in it, in the middle of their. Just stop.
Yeah.
Just stop already.
Yeah.
I want to hate this movie, but I think I hated the book more. I don't. It's the Vegas setting. You have Jimmy Dean, Jimmy Dean Sausages. He's in this, playing I guess a Howard Hughes type character. There's a scene where Connery walks in on a fake moon landing set where they're faking a moon landing, and he steals the moon buggy, and the astronauts are chasing after him slowly. And I hear a guy in the in the background saying, "What the hell is this, amateur night?"
It does come off very tongue-in-cheek. It's almost a parody of itself.
Mr. Witt and Mr. Kent, the two assassins, who I guess are also gay, that was their, shtick in this movie. I don't
This is
hate
not
it,
the
though.
Representation they're looking for.
Probably not. I thought the score is great.
Yes.
John Barry's score in this movie is perfection. I love the scene where the Blofeld super satellite, first Bond movie where we have a super satellite that's going to mess up the world, and that's what he used all the diamonds for, to make this big laser that would blow up nuclear stuff. Like I think he blows up a nuclear facility in China, blows up a Russian submarine, blows up I guess a nuclear reactor in the United States. He's just going nuts, blowing stuff up because he's basically saying it's all right. What did you think of it, Retroblasting?
This is one of the few Bond films that I've never prioritized owning on any format.
It came with the set for me, yeah.
Yeah, like it's this one and On Her Majesty's Secret Service are two that I do not own on any format. And
it's okay.
As much as I love Lana Wood's extended cameo in the film, it's just I've seen the film in its entirety. Yeah, just not. It doesn't really work for me. I feel like Connery's appropriate exit was You Only Live Twice, and this one, and then the unofficial, not really a Bond movie. Never were just two weird attempts to try.
Is that one in your slides here, Agent Boomer?
What one?
Never Say Never Again.
We're gonna get to it. Just chill.
Okay. I was just asking.
The guy on the right is Crispin Glover's father. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I can sign to see.
I did not know that. Yeah.
I'm trying to see the family resemblance a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the Bond movie I love to hate. If that makes any sense. It's not. I don't think it's awful. I think the score helps a lot. If that makes any sense. But there's just stuff in here that's so dumb. And it's almost like there's the part where like he kills the guy and he switches IDs on the guy he kills, and then Tiffany K sees it and she pulls out the ID and says, "You just killed James Bond." Well, it just goes to show no one's indestructible. And Connery laughs, and it's like, wait a minute, how would she know who James Bond was? I thought he's supposed to be a secret agent. None of this.
Well, yeah. Let's face it, it's not just this film. There's a lot of films where it's like, how do people know about James Bond, right?
Jill St. John is nice to look at in this movie. I agree with the Dutch Bond fan that she comes out with 3 looks: brunette, redhead, and blonde. She looked best as the brunette. I think she should have stuck with the brunette hair instead of the red. But, I don't know. Nice looking. Come on.
There's something about this movie. There's something about this movie, though. I don't know what it is, but I can just feel the Vietnam War going on in the background.
Yeah. You're not wrong there. And I'm sorry, Jill St. John doesn't do it for me.
Oh, well, okay.
I don't know why. She's probably on the bottom tier of my list of James Bond.
Wouldn't put her there. I would not put her there. But that's
women,
just me. I think she's nice.
Okay.
Here we go.
You're weird.
Okay, shut up. Men have
my channel. You're weird.
Okay, whatever. Sunday's coming, pal. Okay.
Well, that's true. Fair enough.
Live and Let Die, huh? This is the weird where the
Paul McCartney, great song. Not my favorite or anything, but definitely a great song.
Like the book better, but the movie's still good.
Yes.
The voodoo theme. Baron Sameday's in this movie.
Yes.
The first supernatural. You can tell even the book that the supernatural, the paranormal is in the air.
Yeah.
And it might exist. That's what's weird about
right.
this, even though Bond usually doesn't go there. It's here. We have Solitaire, played by
have not, Pootie. I've never had the chance to see Sir Paul McCartney live.
Who played Solitaire?
That would be Jane Seymour.
Jane Seymour,
yes.
Dr. Quinn later on. But yeah, this is when she was in her
I had forgotten she was a Bond girl.
She was,
so to
in
speak.
First Roger Moore. This is another Smokey and the Bandit style chase scene in the
Kind
bayous of
true,
Nolans.
yeah.
And I don't think Nolans is in the original book, if I recall, but it's okay because it kind of fits with the theme of this movie.
I'm glad that you pronounced that correctly.
I've been there a few times. I have. My dad's best friend lived out in that area, so
good on you.
But Yaphet Kotto,
yeah,
Mr. Big,
yeah.
Also, I think,
who was also
Connect,
they asked him if he would be interested in playing Bond at one point, and he had some.
No, he said
interesting takes on the concept of a black man playing James Bond.
Yeah.
Not popular today.
Yeah, I think Yaphet Kotto is one of the great actors.
I like him a lot.
Yeah,
I don't
think I've ever
do.
seen him in something where he's done a poor job. Good Bond villain in this.
Knows how to pull off an ascot. Just gotta say. Not a lot of people can. He does.
He had one of the worst Bond
George
villains.
Lazenby couldn't.
Well, that was a really shit ascot too.
That's like a John Pertwee style.
Yes, yeah, a little bit Pertwee-ish. Yeah, very, very flamboyant.
But look at that. And he dies in one of the worst ways of Bond.
Yes.
He basically gets inflated and explodes.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
the movie. Did you? I don't know. This has the Southern sheriff, the Louisiana sheriff in this.
Oh God, yes.
Everyone hates that character that I talked to, and this is before Smokey and the Bandit. It's
Yes.
Like, this is what's so weird about this movie.
Well, it's because that trope exists for a reason. That's all I'm going to say about that.
All right, Michael, you're up. What do you think of You Only Live?
It's never been my favorite Bond film, not because I like Roger Moore a lot, and there's a number of films that he did that I like. I don't like the setting for this movie. The plot doesn't interest me all that much. I was never good at cards, so like the whole solitaire thing with the cards and the this.
Yeah.
Like I don't hate it. I own it. I own it. I don't own the previous two films, but I own this one. And I do like Yaphet Kotto a lot, so it's not a complete.
I had forgotten about that. Thank you, Pootie.
Okay. Anyway,
no, it's fine. It's just not one that I revisit very often.
Here's what I'll say: it's interesting.
Yes,
that's my thoughts on this.
True.
There's a lot of, and it's at this point, people I think were so burned out because you had Lazenby, then you had Connery return and that other weird one. And they didn't even know what to do with Roger Moore because he's not even in the pre-sequence in this movie. They don't give him a pre-sequence before the credits roll. It's all about the other 00 agents getting killed by this weird voodoo cult, But anyway, go ahead, Troy. What do you think?
I do have to say it feels a little weird anytime Bond is he's set in the United States. To be honest with you. But I do like the flirtation with the supernatural. I don't agree that it necessarily requires a belief that the supernatural is part of.
It leaves a question mark.
Yes, and which I think is the right way to film this.
Yes.
So yes,
and I guess still undefeated is Baron Samedi, right?
Yes.
I'm saying that correctly. Now we get kind of our follow-up, which, these two kind of go together because these were under budget too. They took the budgets down with these next two. They were getting more back because I think I think this is a point in Bond where they're sort of struggling at this point. But we have The Man with the Golden Gun.
And, I will say this about it too. I feel like, well, and maybe this is my bias about modern films. I feel like the budgets have gotten so runaway. They need to get their shit together and get their budgets under control. But James Bond does not need to be big dollars. You don't need a lot of special effects. It's an action film, yes. Stunts. Most of it can be done in camera with practical effects. It doesn't have to be all kinds of crazy. Just saying.
This guy's asking can we talk about how the Bonds enter the series? Well, frankly, in this one, I didn't like how he enters. He's in his apartment, I guess, seducing the Italian, the daughter of the Italian minister or something. And I guess Moneypenny shows up, M shows up. We don't get any Q in this movie, which is annoying because we have Q gadgets in this movie. And then we had QAnon and Ramsey's Secret Service where he didn't really belong in that movie because he wasn't doing anything in that movie.
True.
So I didn't understand that. And but it's fine. It's
Welcome, Mark Malnikoff.
Talking about each individual movie.
This is the one with the alligators. He's asking.
What? That's an idea. You mean intro for each particular movie? We should do our favorite Bond intro for a movie. Maybe we'll do that at some point. You want to do it now? Our favorite Bond intro.
Oh, that's hard.
It could be the first time he's been in a movie, or just any like pre-sequence or something. How you see Bond get introduced.
I'm going to default to Lazenby, so you can skip me.
Well, how does Lazenby get introduced? He's driving.
He gets
in the car.
introduced
You don't
in
see his face.
He gets
you see
introduced
his chin, I think. You don't see his face, and he's
at first, and then when he does show up, you know, he's got the joke about this never happens to the other guy.
You just said that was the thing you didn't like about the movie, and now you're saying that's your favorite intro.
Because honestly, it's the only one I can remember.
Okay.
Let's face it, all of the intros are en medias res, completely removed from the rest of the film. So if you remember the film, it's very easy to forget that intro.
Okay.
So the only one I'm remembering is On Her Majesty's Secret Service. Not saying I liked it, but it's the only one I remember.
The intro to The Living Daylights is connected to the plot of the movie.
So he's saying, Putin's cat is saying intro to their first appearance. Okay, so yeah, that jives with Living Daylights.
Well, that's the problem. Living Daylights, it was his only appearance, so,
No, he was License to Kill.
He was in 2. We'll get to it, Troy. Anyway.
Okay.
Your boy Lazenby is the only, one pump chump.
Yeah, that's what I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Timothy Dalton's a 2-pump chump.
Did I say Timothy Dalton? I meant Lazenby. I'm still drunk.
Okay. Anyway, talk about Dalton's appearance in Living Daylights, because I'm a particular fan of that one too.
Yeah, I love the fact that he is not seen as a whole group of MI6 agents, Halo jump or whatever you want to call it, down to Gibraltar. And you don't know at first, if you haven't really been paying attention to the casting news, which one of them is going to end up being James Bond. And then,
Good point.
You finally see the Russian agent, infiltrate the whole exercise, start killing off some of the guys. And one of them gets cut off a cliff and he goes falling past screaming. And it turns, and there's Timothy Dalton looking down at his fellow agent, falling off of a cliff. And then he sees the truck trying to get away, and he leaps onto the top of the canvas-back truck. And it's like, yeah, this is...
And then the music kicks on.
Yes,
Yeah.
the John Barry score kicks on.
True.
Yes.
Or at least the digital or the more synth scores kicks on, and it was like a melding of the two, and it worked so well. I do like how it does focus on... what is it? When it focuses on Dalton's face and he turns around, you just a second. That's Bond.
Yeah, Drew. We can see the chat. It's just there's a lot of chat going on, and we're focused on the conversation. Bear with us.
So
we're not ignoring you.
Yeah, Putin's cat brings up Connery entering in the casino that was in Dr. No when Sylvia Trent asks him your name, Bond, James Bond.
James Bond. Yeah.
That's a good intro. I happen to like Brosnan's as well. Brosnan's is when you see him do the bungee jump, but you don't see his face. And when you finally see his face, he's upside down, and there's a Soviet soldier on the toilet, and he says, "Beg your pardon, forgot to knock." And then he punches the soldier.
Yes, that was classic. Yeah.
And I'm sorry, that was funny. And then
it was.
And then he's finally addressed as who he is, and he says, the guy speaks. You see some guy in the shadows speaking in Russian. It's like,
and if I can,
alone. And he goes, aren't we all? And then suddenly you realize, afternoon 006 or 007, and then they realize one is 006, the other is 007. They're two MI6 agents. So yeah.
And if I can give a send up to Pierce Brosnan, I had a special affinity for Pierce Brosnan just because.
Remington Steele?
Yeah, I was living through that era where he should have been James Bond sooner, and he got fucked over because of Remington Steele, needlessly and unnecessarily, and we were all like, no, he would be the perfect Bond.
Yeah, they refused to let him film the Bond films while he was still
because he was under contract. Not that he was even needed to film it.
Yeah.
But it was just. Go ahead.
But did you know that Timothy Dalton was approached to be Bond all the way back in On Her Majesty's Secret Service?
I did.
Yes.
How old would he have been at that point? He was young.
And that is exactly why he said pass.
I mean, he was you'd have been a kid, for fuck's sake.
He felt he was too young, and they still wanted him, and they kept asking him almost all the way through the latter half of the Moore era, when Moore kept trying to politely exit, and they kept bringing him back for one more movie. They kept trying to get Dalton on board, and then
that gives me a little bit more respect for him, as an actor choosing. One of the things that Boomer and I talk about on Sundays a lot is, we try to say, oh, you don't besmirch the actor because you didn't like the movie. It's the writers, it's the directors and whatnot. But I keep pointing out, actors have a responsibility when they choose the role, right? And it sounds to me like what you're saying here is he chose the role, but he chose when to come into it, and that's commendable. That is commendable.
Mm-hmm. All right, Man with the Golden Gun,
Scaramond.
As I considered Goldfinger the most disgusting of the Bond movies, I think actually Scaramanga is the most respectable of all the Bond villains, which is interesting. He's the one I like the most personality-wise. I mean, he's still a villain, still evil, but I don't know.
I was always confused about his golden gun, however. Is it made of gold? Is it gold-plated? Because I have a hard time buying a gun made out of gold.
What if it was a special alloy? I don't know.
Yeah, I could buy that. Britt
Eklund.
Britt Eklund. Oh, we have done the stream about coupling and the jokes about Britt Eklund. Wow. Yes.
So you're
everyone remember, I have a type.
Holly Goodnight is her in this. She was married to Peter Sellers.
Oh, Peter Sellers was a lucky guy.
Anyway.
Yeah, and that would have made her a poor woman.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Hervé Villachez.
Harvey Villachez. Yes.
Villachez. Okay, as Nick Nack, the henchman of
yes.
The Golden Gun. Good Bond movie, not great. That's my opinion of this. I think Christopher Lee just raises the bar on this a whole hell of a lot. He is the draw in this movie. He was actually Ian Fleming's pick of who he wanted to play James Bond.
Yes, and I can see that. You showed that sketch at the beginning, the interpretation of what Bond was supposed to look like. I mean, that's it,
He has that wonderful conversation about how we're not so alike. We're both international assassins. Yes, what I do for Queen and Country. What you do is just for
Yeah.
I'm sorry if you they did a James Bond comics in Japan, right? That were very popular, but eventually the company lost the rights to James Bond. So then the guy that made James Bond started another manga series called Gogo 13, who was a professional assassin. And this is an evil character if you read Gogo 13.
Yes.
I would argue if you're doing D&D alignment, he's lawful evil because he does follow rules.
Yep.
But what was interesting is I wonder if this is just how the Japanese saw James Bond, that he's just an assassin, because in Japan you'll have series about
it's interesting because that's kind of what he was, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
The whole License to Kill and all of that. He was a British assassin.
What do you think of this movie, Michael French, Man with the Golden Gun?
I love the premise. I love the premise of a guy who's trying to take out all the 00 agents, and you have to find your way to his, secluded lair to duel him one-on-one.
Yep.
I love that. I thought it was... as a child, I thought that was one of the coolest Bond plots ever. I just really dug it. I don't have any real issue with this movie. I know it's a little cheesy by today's standards for some people, but it's not for me. I like it.
Yeah, it had that whole solar energy thing going on, which of course was big. Energy crisis of the 70s. Yes, we were talking about the energy crisis back in the 70s, kids.
Yes.
What about you, Troy? You like this one? Britt Eklund, I guess that gives it a pass.
Well, yeah. Britt Eklund alone is enough for me. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I think a good Bond movie. There's a funny little scene at the beginning. It's not Bond going after Nick Nack. I guess sends out word to an American gangster to go take out Scaramanga, and it's one of the gangsters from Diamonds Are Forever. It's the same actor. I think it's supposed to be one of the gangsters from that movie. which I thought was interesting. A little tie back to that. But all right, moving on. We can't be here all night. Spy Who Loved Me. Here's the big one. I think Jaws came out in '75, and I think at this point Saltzman had left the productions, and Broccoli, they didn't know what they were going to do with Bond, and I think what they had to do was they saw Jaws, and Jaws is considered the first blockbuster. This is my theory. I don't know if this is official or not. But movie Jaws, because there's a character named Jaws in this movie, so I think that's a tie-in. I think they realized that they had to go big with the next Bond movie because this thing called the blockbuster was now a thing in Hollywood. And I think they were very smart to do so because guess what other movie came out this summer? It was a movie called Star Wars.
Oh, yeah.
So can you imagine a low-budget Bond movie coming out around the same time as Star Wars? It would have gotten killed. But since this had a big budget, and this was a bigger movie, I think that saved it. And I think it did very well. We have Barbara Bach in this, who I think eventually marries Ringo Starr in real life, right? And she's Agent Triple X, and basically it's she's a Russian agent. The beginning of the movie starts out with that wonderful ski sequence that Michael referenced, where it's a screen in the background. But basically, her lover has to go on a mission, and in the beginning of the movie, his mission is to go kill somebody, and it's to kill James Bond. And Bond actually kills her lover without her. She doesn't realize that when she first meets Bond. And then Bond escapes at the beginning of the movie. This is the one that had "Nobody Does It Better" as the title song.
Yep, Carly Simon.
Favorite henchman. I know people love Odd Jobs, but I'm for Jaws. Jaws is my favorite Bond henchman.
I heard a story about the actor and made me really, really like him. Just that's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to go into details.
Odd Job.
It's okay. People love Odd Job too. That's their favorite. I mean, there are plenty of other henchmen, but I tended to like Jaws because he was indestructible. Bond couldn't kill him. That was his whole thing. He just kept coming back. He was almost like a Frankenstein monster type.
I do like the fact that he got this this characterization, which is, I think, more than a lot of Bond villains got. He kind of got a girlfriend.
Oh yeah, that's in the second one, right? Yeah, we'll get to that. Did we like the underwater car in this movie?
I love the Lotus Esprit. For those that don't know, the Lotus Esprit is the cousin, the engineering cousin of the DeLorean. So
interesting.
They both share a lot of similar framing parts and everything else because Lotus's founder Colin Chapman helped DeLorean get the car revised to the assembly line. So he borrowed a lot of his Lotus Esprit inspiration to get it finally to production. And so I've always loved the Lotus Esprit submarine car. I had the Hot Wheel. It's not a Hot Wheel, but it was the Hot Wheel size die-cast car of it growing up. Yeah, I love that car.
I don't know. You know, for a number of years, I don't know if it still is because I go back and forth. But for a number of years, this was my favorite Bond movie because I figure it had exotic locales. Egypt, come on.
Oops.
What just happened here?
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to.
What are you doing to me?
I apologize. Let me remove that. Where is it? Apologies. Wait a minute. Let me put you back in. There you go.
Sorry for keeping you up too late, Michael. Hold on. I'll try to speed.
Yeah.
All right.
Exactly.
Wait. How many Bond movies are we going through tonight?
All of them?
Well, let's move on. Moonraker. Did you like this movie, Troy? Yes. Good. Moving on.
Okay. This is the Age of Boomer channel now.
No, I'm sorry. I don't want.
No. Go. It's fine.
I didn't mean. Troy told me to put a presentation together, and he wasn't specific. So I'm like,
but I thought we were doing it in stages. I thought it was like
I did too, but keep going. We're gonna hit every single movie.
We can hold on. We can stop with the Moore era if you want, and we could do this another stream. How's that sound? It is getting late.
When Michael said, "Oh, I got," as long as you guys want to talk James Bond, I'm here. We could go until morning.
Where do you want to stop, Mike? You want to stop with Moore? Do you want to stop with Dalton? What do you want to stop?
No, he wants to get Dalton in.
Well, no, I can get Dalton in on the second go.
Why don't we do that? Why don't we stop with Moore, and then we'll continue this another week. Okay, how's that sound, Troy? I can hold on.
Are you telling me you're giving me an excuse to have another stream that pulls Michael French in?
If Michael wants it, he's the guest. Let him.
If he is willing, I am totally for that.
Sure. So,
no, I don't, Michael. Don't feel like you're on the spot.
Be in 6 months or a year. I don't
care.
Not
on the spot.
Okay.
I don't know why you secretly think I hate being on your show.
No. It's
we figure you're a very
self-deprecating humility.
We also figure you're a very
busy
man.
But
that's what it is. Okay, that's all. Because I know you do a lot of stuff.
You have to understand. I really hold you and your channel in such high regards. It's like it makes no sense to me that you are such a kind person that you take pity on me to show up on my channel. And
look, I've told you a million times. I don't care how big or small the channel is. I just want the channel to be honest and have people on it that don't suck. Like,
see, this is the kind of reaction people probably had to like Jesus. It's like, how is this guy so good and nice? You know, it doesn't make any sense.
Have you seen some of those popular streams where like it's like bells and whistles? It looks like one of those video gambling games you play at Vegas, except you don't get to play it. You just have to watch it happen in front of you. And they're all just, and it's like, this is gross. Like,
you're right. You're absolutely right.
No, my point is, I thought we were doing this in stages. I thought it was like a trilogy of live streams.
I see, because of the 3 things down there. Why don't we stop with more? That's my suggestion.
Okay.
You don't have to go with me. I know Putin's got, there are only 2 Dalton movies, but we want to save that because he's going to have a lot to say on Dalton. We should save that for a fresher stream. If you guys are okay with this,
I need to be fair to Michael and give Dalton, Michael's due. So,
you don't have to sugarcoat that. That's fine. Why should I get more time on Dalton than you got on Lazenby?
Because you're the guest?
That's BS. Except for the fact that he only had 1 movie and we've got 2 to discuss in the near future. I mean, that right there lends itself to a little more.
No, that actually, I actually want to talk about that. Why does he only get 2?
We'll go into that.
We'll have to talk about that. Yeah,
no, they had planned at least 4, but something went awry.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But anything left to say about Spy Who Loved Me?
It's a great Bond film. It's arguably one of my favorites.
Yeah.
It's arguably my favorite if I get up on one side of the bed. If I get up on the other side of the bed, it might actually be For Your Eyes Only for reasons. So it's a great movie.
Both movies that you just referenced are I did mention those are 2 of my 3 favorite James Bond themes. So just saying.
No, I recognize. I don't hate the themes. I just recognize the themes don't have a lot to do with the title. That's all.
You're not wrong about that. Not necessarily connected, and you could have shit films with good songs. You could have shit songs with good movies. It's just the way it goes.
Yep.
I do like this beginning scene where he meets the Russian agent, and she's saying this thing about him. You were married once, and he says, stop there, and he says, oh, you're sensitive. And he says, about some things, yes, and that's a reference to Teresa, which I thought was neat. That was in here, and I can see Roger Moore being the type that would have been in and out of Manchester,
which gives me some very strange feelings, right? Because. And we've talked about this, and it's because of Michael. This whole idea of these movies should be in that pulp style, separated, one shots, but there is a degree of continuity between them.
Well, there was even in the books too, but I get too, especially for a movie series.
And that does complicate it all the more because we are talking the differences between movies and books as well. But I do like knowing the background of the character enough to know why he is the way he is and have some degree of sympathy for him, in that regard.
Samuel, there's no chance I'll have an ego. There's no chance. I always see myself as the stupidest person in
Oh yeah, no. Michael should have an ego at this point and just friggin' doesn't. He's just like crazy humble and I yeah, he's unnaturally humble.
Yes.
small hands.
Which nobody else
All
notices, and you keep bringing up.
Here we
That's
go.
also an Austin Powers reference.
Right.
Here is the greatest poster ever made.
Definitely, this movie was a direct response to the success of Star Wars.
No idea what you're talking about.
Didn't they reshuffle the schedule?
They did.
To put this one forward.
It's supposed to be for your eyes only. This has nothing to do with the book, by the way. This
Nope.
version of Moonraker. In fact, I think they came out with a movie novelization of this from the movie, and that makes sense because I'm sorry, it has nothing.
Which I think is what I have
villain's
on
name
the.
is the same.
Let me see if that's the one I have
That's
behind
it.
me.
And
Yeah, I think what I have here is the novelization for the movie.
hold on to that. That might be more of a collectible than the Ian Fleming
Well,
novel.
I don't know. Let me check.
Plus, I don't think even the recent.
Moonraker.
If that is, keep that because that could be a collector's item. You could.
Oh, yeah, I absolutely
100
will.
copies of the Moonraker original, but the movie adaptation. Is this an adaptation of the movie, or is this the book? What is it? Hearing crickets.
It doesn't. I'm not seeing. So it might just be the straight on.
The original book is good. I did like it a lot. I don't.
But I thought Moonraker came out.
Third Bond novel. 50s.
Yeah, this must be it.
I don't want to tell you what it's
Okay.
about. You'll be pleasantly surprised, especially people clamoring for a certain type of.
Because I
villain
haven't
that
read it yet.
that they never got to see in a Bond movie or Bond. No, that type of villain does show up in a Bond novel, but
Because I thought Moonraker had like a different title, like Moonraker and something or other.
I don't want to spoil it for you because the surprises are good in that book. But yeah, Outer Space
Completely
Lost,
unrelated to the movie, though, which doesn't
Here we
surprise
go.
me at all.
I didn't spend too much time on picks from this one because I figured we wouldn't be spending time on it. We
Right.
got the return of Jaws. We have 007 in space. We have Louis Childs. She's nice.
Yep. Very.
As what was her name again?
Dr. Goodhead.
Yep.
Oh,
There's no better head than good head, let me tell you.
And there's another poster. There's another poster of Moonraker where Bond is in the spacesuit and Jaws is floating above
Yes.
him on the space station, and you have Dr. Goodhead leaning up against him, almost like Princess Leia style from the original.
that's another
poster.
great poster. Yes.
And yeah, it's a nice pair of legs. I'll just say that much.
Yep. Yep.
There's the wonderful scene in this where he walks into the the Mayan temple or whatever. There, all these women come out and like they're all different ethnicities because basically the guy wants to have he wanted to have pairings of one male and female, perfect of all the ethnicities, and then he was going to defertilize the human race and create his perfect group of people. From I guess the perfect people from all the different. It didn't make any sense. This is basically Spire Love Me Over Again, except instead of the guy wanting to have a civilization under the sea, he wants a civilization, I guess, in space, or at least maybe they come back down to Earth. I don't know. And that French actor is the villain. Hugo Drax is the name of him in this. It had nothing to do with the book. We got some cool Jaws sequences in this, like that first scene, like the pre-sequence when they're fighting in air, right? When he's fighting the guy in the air after he gets thrown out of the plane, and that's exhilarating, right?
Yeah, this is the Bond movie where Migo finally stepped into the ring and made action figures of a lot of the characters.
What?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's cool. So
And Jaws is like nightmare fuel. Like Jaws figure is just
You're right. You are so right. Yes.
this is the movie where Jaws falls in love, and maybe
Yeah,
he's
that's
not
right.
a villain anymore, and that always kind of bugged me because I'm like, I like having he basically gets reformed, right? He falls in love.
Well, there is the. Yeah, I mean, I know people can struggle with the idea of softening a villain.
Villain
But
decay is they call it now. The kids.
There is something to be said for the fact that, you know, not all heroes are perfect and good, and not all villains are absolute evil, and, you know, character development can happen. And yeah, I kind of like the idea of him having a girlfriend and softening a little bit, you know. You know, the whole what do they call it, Mandela thing about
braces.
Yeah. Which, I gotta be honest with you, when I heard it, I was like, the fuck you guys talking about? Mm-hmm. And honestly, it was the one I had to work at the most. I'm like, okay, I guess I can understand where a bunch of people could misremember this, but no.
I thought she had braces too, or a retainer or something. It was weird. And she
doesn't. You were one of those people.
I put a picture of her up on here. Yeah, the with the pigtails.
Yep.
Like this very attractive woman that they tried to make look as nerdy as possible, even though it doesn't. You know,
and from a psychological standpoint, I can kind of understand it, because you look for the connection between the two, right? Mm-hmm. You look for why it is that he softens for this girl. And the idea that she might have had braces just would be so perfect, it just wasn't there. But people tend to project it onto the film.
Yes. So, there we go.
One of my favorite Bond posters, yes. This was young Troy going through puberty, so this had an impact on me.
There was an episode of Friends where I think this lady miscalls Chandler's and Joey's house, and she's trying to call her ex, and I guess he pretends to be her ex because she's saying, "Oh, I was the legs on the latest Bond poster," you know, like she sounded
yeah, right.
I took this poster few years ago for the Retroblasting Facebook page, and I completely photoshopped key bits out of it and retitled it "For Your Snake Eyes Only." and so what I did was I photoshopped the legs to be Scarlett's beige body corset and sort of like gray tights with the beige.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
With the crossbow, and then Snake Eyes is in the middle with his Uzi, and then all these water vehicles are on one side and all the snow joes are on the other side, and it was all like to prove that like if you were gonna do a good G.I. Joe movie, you should have modeled it off Bond rather than the crap they've been doing. And
that's actually true. Yeah
there's no reason. They had Rachel Nichols in one of those G.I. Joe movies, though. I did appreciate that at least, but
there's that.
Here we go. We have For Your Eyes Only. I like this Roger Moore Bond movie. It doesn't have a strong villain. Of course, for a while you're thinking Topol from Fiddler on the Roof is the villain, right? They kind of do a fast one on you. Let's see. Let's go to some things. This has one of my favorite sequences. There's Q, Desmond Llewellyn, right? And he gives Bond this car which has a fail-safe security device in it, right?
Yep.
And Khan parks it, and then he sees a bunch of the henchmen for the evil organization. They're trying to break into the car, right?
Yep.
And then it completely blows up. It takes the henchmen out. And then he has to take another vehicle on the chase scene. It's not a Fiat, but it reminds me of the Loop in the Third Fiat. it's no, but of course I forgot to mention the pre-sequence of this movie with the final showdown with him and Blofeld, right? I should have had a picture of that in here. Remember that?
Yeah, where he drops him into the smokestack.
Right.
And that's standing at Diana Rigg's grave.
Yeah, it starts with him standing. He's standing at the grave, and the priest shows up and says, "Oh, I'm sorry, sir. They want you back or something." Like a copter's form, right? And then as he's leaving, the priest does the sign of the cross, right? I don't know if he's Anglican or Catholic or whatever, but he's doing the sign of the cross, right? And I'm wondering, is the priest in on what's going to happen now? Like, is he working for Blofeld? I didn't even know. It's very ominous when he does that. And then, of course, it's Blofeld's big scheme to have him in the to fly him around in the copter, right? And they don't say it's Blofeld, but we know it's supposed to be Blofeld. Why don't they say it's Blofeld? I didn't learn this till a few years ago. They lost the rights to use Blofeld. This is why we never saw him again. It was the guy that owned Thunderball owned the rights to Blofeld because they were originally going to use him in.
Oh, that's right. I knew it was a rights issue. I didn't know the details. They were going to use him in Spy Who Loved Me, and we never got a big conclusion to him getting revenge for Teresa Bond. Real quick, I want to say hi to Gary Ambrosia, whom I am trying to. Well, I know he's waiting for me to reach out to him. I want to get him on the channel, and Netter is hoping to get him as a guest on Thursday Things too. He's good people. So if you're not subscribed to Gary Ambrosia, make sure you do. He gets around too, so make sure you check out his channel.
But I remember that there was that scene with him kicking the car off the cliff. Remember that?
Yeah, Roger Moore wasn't happy about that.
Was not. Because he said he read in the Bond book, he said that Bond had murdered someone, but he said that Bond didn't like doing it. Like, he didn't like killing people or something. That's what he said. So he thought that was in poor taste with the way he kills this guy.
Yeah.
Because the guy was basically surrendering or giving up the information. Then Bond still kicks him over.
Right.
But, okay.
Yeah, it was something weird. Roger Moore felt like Bond should be a more cheeky entertainment for people. He also didn't really like doing stuff, so he had a ton of stuntmen as well throughout all of his films. He was just a different guy. He was a very nice guy, but he just had a different take on what his role as making these movies was.
Right.
So,
real quick, I got to say hi to Rod Thunderheart. Welcome, welcome. Whose stream just ended that you guys are all jumping in here? Thanks so much for being here. Super appreciate all of y'all.
All right. But did you like this movie, Retroblasting?
Yeah, this is one of the ones I grew up with on VHS with a Pink Panther cartoon before it on the tape. And that's an official VHS tape. It wasn't taped off TV. They packaged them at that time in the 80s with the Pink Panther cartoon before the main feature. And I always really enjoyed For Your Eyes Only. I liked it because it was more grounded. Bond was in a more plausible situation most of the time. And I think it holds up as one of his. I think it ages well, compared to some of the others.
We have that first '80s Bond movie too. We have that. We have another ski chase scene, which I think actually might be one of the best. Maybe it is the best ski chase scene in any of the Bond.
I'm wondering if the idea of ski chases just became a James Bond trope.
I think so. Yeah. Possibly.
Yeah. Because I'm not thinking of it in a whole lot of other films.
Did you like this movie, Troy?
I did. I wasn't the biggest Roger Moore fan, but I liked them.
It had that one actress as the young Olympian girl who I felt was in every movie like in 1980.
That was the thing. I don't remember who was the Bond girl in this movie.
The Bond girl was that dark-haired model. She had that long dark hair. And she was the diver, go down to clean up that Grecian ruin underneath the water.
I think she was supposed to be Greek, right? And her parents.
Yeah, she's supposed to be Greek. Yeah.
Was that Melina girl or whatever?
I think so.
Was the character's name?
Yeah.
See, that's just it. She's not standing out in my memory, and that's kind of making me nuts, you know?
Well,
Roger Moore is my favorite James Bond, says Rod Thunderheart. That's fine. A lot of people love Roger Moore. Some of the best Bond movies are Roger Moore movies.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna complain about that. Octopussy.
And okay, now here's another one. The novel. Am I correct that the novel was something like? Correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm just getting into the books.
I haven't read it yet because it's a later.
Wasn't it like the Octopussy and the Living Daylights or something like that?
I think it's more like a novella or short story. It's not even.
And they took the title, split it in two for two different movies.
I think so. Yeah.
I mean, just look at that poster. I mean, like, there's like Great White Hunter, and then there's like a Sikh who's using like a brake rotor as a weapon. And,
I know it's really strange. I do like the concept of the Octopussy character having multiple arms in that picture. That is kind of clever, but it has nothing to do with the actual story.
The only thing that makes sense on this poster is it says James Bond's all-time high, and I'm like, yeah, that's an acid trip right there. That whole poster.
Well, you're not wrong there. And let's face it, Maude Adams, come on.
Killed in Man with the Golden Gun. Brought back an octopus. Different character,
True.
I don't have a problem with Maude Adams. I don't have a problem with Roger Moore. I have a problem with the fact that this movie has the production value and literal scenery of a 1950s Aladdin movie. Okay, like
you're not wrong.
He shows up at a circus at the end dressed as clown.
That's where this comes from. You're right.
Doesn't help this movie's case.
It does not. I think that was his point.
It's just, you want to go to the next slide series, Troy, but we're going to be wrapping it up soon.
Sure. That was this one. Oh, there you go, Maude Adams. There you go.
There we go. I keep thinking I should revisit Octopussy. Maybe I'll like it more than when I saw it. I did at the time consider this one of the B pictures. But loved Octopussy, my favorite, though Spylo close. It's okay, Thunderheart, if you love Octopussy. A lot of people liked it. I think Gene Siskel gave it thumbs up when it came out.
What was the film that Maude Adams was in with Michael Caine? Does anyone remember?
I don't know.
Okay, never mind. It's not important. It's off topic. It doesn't matter.
Anyways, the British Bulldog. Okay. Anyway, what about you, Troy? You like Octopussy?
Of course I do. If nothing else, the name got got my attention as a pubescent teenager. So yeah.
I don't know. I remember the one lady. She's wearing the dress, and then she goes out of the balcony, and then the dress twirls down until she's wearing. I don't think she's naked, but she's not wearing much. And then like she steals the diamond from Bond.
Right, she uses the dress to lower herself down and whatever. Yeah.
I don't know.
My understanding was that was a practical effect. They actually.
Oh, yeah, no, that was a real thing. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay.
That was pretty impressive.
And Putin's Cap brings up same year as Never Say Never Again. Here we go.
Thank you. So this is another one that I remember seeing in the theater. And young Troy did not understand the disconnect between this film and this was before the internet, folks. If you weren't real keyed into the magazines and whatnot and all the behind the scenes information, you didn't understand the idea that you had a Bond film that wasn't a Bond film, but it was a Bond film, and the rights issues and the fact that this was just a remake basically of another film, but I liked it. I like Kim Basinger.
No, for some reason Mr. Bean's in this. We'll get to her. There's Kim Basinger.
For some reason Mr. Bean is in it.
Who does he play? Is he playing that film's version of Q?
It was Johnny English's first mission. All right.
He's oh jeez, I can see
Felix
that.
Leiter, because that's a different actor.
Oh my god.
This is
Mr. Bean.
Here's my issue with Never Say Never Again, Troy. And this is your favorite Connery, correct?
My favorite. Did I say it was my favorite?
You said
Connery?
it was not the first first four, which meant it's either Diamonds Are Forever, it's either You Only Live Twice, or it's this Never Say Never Again.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to say it was this. Yeah.
Look,
yeah.
Troy.
I'm never gonna get Michael French back on my channel again. He's lost all respect for me.
Troy. There are opinions. There are opinions, and then there are war crimes.
Holy shit, man! Fuck!
We can back off that and say there are opinions and there are transgressions. How about that? Is that blunt? Okay.
Yes, yes. I'm not arguing with you on this. I'm sorry.
I'm so picked on my own channel here.
No. Hey, first of all, I'm not trying to pick on you. I'm trying to find the justification for saying.
And poor Netter's still trying to sober me up here.
that a non-Bond film.
Yes.
With Connery, no less, who is, by many understandable assessments, for many people, the best Bond ever. And again, on the one hand, I think it's very admirable that you're like, hey, I'm going to take Sean Connery's James Bond pet project where he picked up the crumbs of rights that he still had to a few bits of Thunderball and then, make a movie with them. And I think it's very admirable that you're like, well done, Sean. Best But I wonder, is that the cloudy Martini talking?
Possibly. I also like the video game that they play. I thought that was pretty cool.
You're joking. The video, I like video games, but I
love the idea of full contact video game where you get electrocuted if you're losing.
That sounds like a kink.
Oh shit! I never thought of it that way.
Largo. By the way, I think Cisco.
In fairness, how many of y'all Sean Connery fans will say, "Hey, let's watch Zardoz"?
No, I have a question for you, Troy. Is this better than the original Thunderball?
Oh. Good point.
So you're struggling. Okay.
Yeah, good point.
The difference between a favorite versus what is better. Okay, that's fine. But
okay, you make a good point. Now, see, this is the other thing, and guys, you got to be fair to me on this. There are a lot of movies, TV shows, memories we have from childhood that if we were to revisit them as adults, you'd go, not quite as good as I remember. But there's a lot of things that go into the memory that have nothing to do with the actual content. I mean, I went to the theater to see this with some buddies from school. I have great memories about this movie that may or may not have anything to do with the movie itself.
I want to be clear. I'm not telling you to think the movie sucks.
You're just saying you've lost respect for me if I do.
No, that's not what he was saying. You said if you think it's the best Connery, that's what he's saying. Go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. Look.
Okay. There's two. I don't remember what I said, and if I said it wrong, I was wrong.
You have three choices.
There is the best Sean Connery Bond film, and there is my favorite.
Okay.
And this is my favorite.
So
I'm not saying it's the best. I'm saying it's my favorite.
Really funny in this? Is he do Mr. Bean style stuff, or is it more like?
I did not even remember that Rowan Atkinson, right? That's the actor's name. I had forgotten he was in it.
Wait. So this is your favorite, but you don't remember key people being in it.
Dude, I haven't seen it since the 80s.
So how is it still your favorite? You're breaking my brain.
This is the reason. This is the reason, right?
And see, the fact is, I have it sitting here in my DVDs. I'm gonna have to rewatch it. It's gonna have
to be a Monday night rewatch.
No. I'll watch it on my own before we decide to make it a Monday night, especially after this conversation.
Okay. How do I feel about this movie? I remember being offended by the fact that it existed when I was getting into the Bond films, because I'm like, well, this is like a fake Bond film that has Bond on it.
Kinda.
But the trouble is that I've seen what they've done with the Bond movies recently, which we'll get into on the next stream, and I don't know now. Maybe I should revisit it and cut it some slack. But again, am I going to like it as much as Thunderball? And the fact of the matter is no. And
I still think Kim Basinger is enough to save any element of this movie.
I know Bond is an older character, like he's at least. I think the books start out with him in his mid-30s. I think because he was in World War II, like he was doing stuff during World War II. That's how he got his 00 status. He killed a Vichy French and then he killed someone working for the Japanese government in New York City during World War II. Those were his 2 double O's.
Gary says, "Hey Troy, I have an idea for a show: Sober Night Sundays. I know it'll be a challenge. I'll do it if you will." In fairness, I am the sidekick to Agent Boomer on Geeky Geezers on Sunday, and I am sober.
He only drinks on Friday nights.
So anything that I do or say on Geeky Geezers has nothing to do with alcohol. It's just because I'm an asshole. So
Rod Thunderheart. No, The Rock doesn't count. Thank you. I'll include it with the next stream. An honorable mention.
Fair enough.
Okay. Do I even have? Okay. Here we go. We have the final Roger Moore View to a Kill. I picked this poster because of Grace Jones. I don't know. Grace Jones fascinates me. I thought Grace Jones as a henchwoman, hey, you got me sold, and then I saw the movie. It's like, no.
I remember the Playboy spread. Yeah.
That's interesting.
I just remember her being a very statuesque.
Yeah, she was statue squee, all right.
Beautiful black woman.
Yep.
Yes.
I hated her hairstyle, though.
Yeah, it was the 80s.
It was of the 80s, though. I mean,
yeah.
It's with that time. I remember her in Conan the Destroyer, which was, I pick on that movie a lot, but I did like her in that.
Yup.
In that movie. We have Christopher Walken as our villain.
Oh shit! I'd totally forgotten about that. Yes.
Oh no. This one isn't even a fun bad.
I love that Sashi remembers it by songs kind of like I do. Oh, the Duran Duran one!
The song is good. Yeah, the song was good. So Christopher Walken, I assume, is we're on Rumble now, so I can say the word. He was a clone Nazi, like perfect specimen thing that was made, and then he wants to take over Silicon Valley to get microchips and take over, like be in charge of the computer revolution, so he can conquer the world. And there's a fight on the Brooklyn Bridge. And
sounds too much like Prophecy, though.
The Bond girl in this, I think, was one of Charlie's Angels, I believe.
Yeah, it was Tanya Roberts.
Tanya Roberts,
aka Beastmaster.
Yep.
Tanya Roberts.
Tanya Roberts was I don't know how. It was almost like they had a special rider on her where it was like other women who get full frontal nudity in movies, the movie gets an R. If Tanya Roberts gets full frontal nudity in a movie, it's like PG, whatever.
Okay.
It was weird. So Sheena,
Beastmaster. I never thought about that. You're actually that's true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So yeah.
I mean, the Beastmaster was on in the middle of the day on HBO, and I was like, hello!
Mm-hmm. And Sheena had the same thing going for it.
Yep.
It's weird.
No, you're absolutely right. Oh, I never thought about that before.
Mm-hmm.
I was just thankful. I never thought that through.
There's a scene in it where the Christopher Walken... Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Let me interrupt, Michael.
No, I was just saying, may she rest in peace. That's all.
Yeah. There's a scene in it where the Christopher Walken villain has a machine gun, and he's gunning down the guys that were working for him. He says, "What are you doing? We're all loyal to you. What are you doing?" And he just guns them anyway. He's like, that actually doesn't make any sense. You have a team of henchmen that are loyal to you, the guys that I guess that were working mining the silicon, or I guess the chips were in underground. I don't remember what the plot was. I just
Putin's cat is incorrect. If you watch Sheena specifically, it's not just boobs.
Yep, it's the full yes.
I don't
full
know
Monty there.
I don't know what unfortunate you got that was zoomed in and cropped.
Yeah, you may have had an edited version or something like that, but yeah, she got the full frontal treatment.
There was a Sheena television series. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that. Obviously, way less nudity because it was television. But
Gina Lee Nolan or somebody like that did Sheena on that. Yeah,
but
that was one of the
but let's be honest, Pootie. Even if it was just boobs, they were pretty fabulous boobs.
Yeah, but it was right. Yeah, I just
Right?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. I'm just like, I have 2 different Blu-ray versions of Sheena. All right, and I know for a fact that it's more than just the headlights.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Oh, well, I know that too because I've stopped, I've paused, I've rewound, I've zoomed in, you know? Wait, what were we talking about again? James Bond. Yes, Christopher Walken.
Oh my goodness, Grace Jones was dating Dolph Lundgren during this film. I can see them as a couple.
Yeah, that does not surprise me in the slightest. Yeah. Look, I think people don't realize that if you are real into physical fitness, you know, pump and iron, that kind of thing, you have a Bond to start with right there. So I have to believe. I did not intend it to be, but I guess it was. So there you go. But that was an accidental pun, and I'm glad I made it. So there you go.
So what did you think of this movie, Michael French, View to a Kill?
I remember it well because it was at the height of my Bond watching. As a child, meaning I've obviously kept up with the series, but the plot is weak. But it should be noted that, you know, it's got a great theme song. I liked Christopher Walken just for being Christopher Walken in it. Because
take a look at that poster again. Put the poster.
There are other
back.
posters. I like this one the best.
Yes.
There's also the one that's the fight.
So what am I seeing here? I am seeing she is, I don't know, a good 4 inches shorter than he is, but her legs are longer than his. Her butt is higher than his.
That's
wow.
This film also has the appearance of Alison Doody, who would go on to be the femme fatale in Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade.
Oh my gosh, you're right. Yes.
Yep, she's part of the cadre of Zorin's women assassin.
Another hot blonde. Yep.
And he has a blimp.
There you go. There you go.
Did you like this movie, Troy?
I did, but I don't have a great deal of memory of it. Was this in the theaters at the same time as Never Say Never Again?
Oh, that was Octopussy.
Okay.
This came out later. Roger Moore was too old at this point. Of course, I could argue the same thing about him.
Well, I was going to say, Sean Connery was, just past his prime, too.
We were ready to move on, and I think Moore was ready to move on, too. He was done.
But despite all that, I will say this, they did eventually move on. We did get Dalton, we did get Brosnan, and this was keeping the recasting of James Bond concept alive, which we should be thankful for.
So here we go. We did the first 3 Bonds, and we'll do the next 3 Bonds some other time. That sounds like a plan. Anything left to say, Michael, though?
I think that overall, the reason they were so hesitant to get away from Roger Moore is because they had such a strong start, by and large, with the whole series, and
that's true.
They were never very rarely were they making a flop, and View to a Kill was the closest one to being arguably a Bond flop at the time. So I can see the reticence, but you have a very strong backlog of successful films. Even some of the ones that I don't really care for, I recognize are really big hits, like Live and Let Die.
Right.
So,
yeah.
Switching over at this point into 1987's Living Daylights and then going forward from there, massive seismic shifts and backpedalings will occur as they try to figure out the next half of this franchise. So.
Drew G says something. Didn't he get his mole removed in this movie? Is that true? Just like when Jennifer Grey got the nose job, did this finish him off as Bond when he removed the mole? I don't know.
Yeah, it was all about the mole. Once the mole was removed, he was out.
Good question. I had never considered that.
I don't know.
I didn't even know about that.
Well,
there you go.
anyway.
Well, and also Putin's cat's mention of Moore was the grandfather of Tanya as far as his age or whatever. That may have bothered him in one respect, but Tanya Roberts said in interviews before, not many years before she unfortunately passed away, she said that Roger Moore was one of the nicest and most unassuming gentlemen she'd ever had to be with in scenes that could have otherwise been intimate or that were intimate that could have otherwise been awkward. In other words, between takes and everything, when they're just sitting there having to hold themselves in like a shower,
Yeah.
they have to stand there for hours on end. She said he would break the tension the moment the camera was off by just telling her all the most hilarious stories about his time in Hollywood and like being in movies and stuff. And he had no pretensions about him whatsoever. And she said that there was at no point working with Roger Moore as James Bond, even at that age disparity, was he ever creepy. There was nothing creepy about it.
I heard the same thing about Michael Caine. He was good around if he was stuck in scenes with younger women.
I suspect that is probably true of more actors than we realize. Because let's face it, just try to imagine yourself in those circumstances. I mean, on the surface, you might think, God, I would love to be in that circumstance. If you really thought about it, though, you'd be like, I would be so uncomfortable. You know, and you know that your co-star would be too, and so you would conduct yourself in a way that would diffuse it to the best of your ability. And, if you're anything like a decent person,
right? And that's why the people you find out aren't decent about that thing are monsters. But this scenario is, as they're talking about how the disparity bothered the lead Bond actor, that will come up again in Die Another Day, where Brosnan wasn't comfortable with she played Miranda Frost, but what was her real name? Rose
hold on.
The British actress that played the very hot Miranda Frost.
Rosamund Pike. Rosamund
Pike. Thank you. He had the same misgivings, you know, at the time, where he was like, I wasn't comfortable in those scenes where they cast somebody that could have been, you know, my daughter or my granddaughter. Like, I was not pleased with that. So it happens.
I bring this comment up because it will lead us into talking about the week to come. Stacy's house in this film is the same house featured in both Phantasm and Burnt Offerings. We're going to be doing a watch party of Phantasm on Monday because we are celebrating the year 1979. Why is 1979 a year we would be celebrating, Age of Boomer?
I don't know, because I was born in 77.
Oh, I thought it was 79.
Oh, but I originally wanted to do the Warriors, and we were originally going to do Bad Ronald, but then I thought, you know, we could also do Phantasm because they both came out the summer.
I'm really trying to avoid that Bad Ronald or whatever it is.
Why? Called. You have no idea what you're in for with that.
Yes.
Andy Coleman's in it.
Oh, God.
Did he just say he was born in 77?
Yes.
And Brosnan was your first Bond?
I told you I was late.
That's what she said.
I ignored Bond until Brosnan came out. I'm not proud of this fact, but when I got introduced to Brosnan, then I went back and saw what I was missing.
Who was your first Robin Hood? Kevin Costner? What's the deal there?
No, first Robin Hood was the Disney cartoon one. For a while, I didn't like Robin Hood after that because I thought
my mom took me to see that at the drive-in. Yeah,
and then I saw the one on PBS or Showtime, the Robin of Sherwood. So I want to count that more as my first Robin Hood.
Well, yeah, I mean live action humans. So yeah, okay.
Yeah, so
fine.
the guy Robin Sherwood the series.
Yeah,
that's
Michael
the one.
Praed. Yeah,
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then later on,
Okay.
Jason Connery. Yes.
right.
But that was my real first introduction there, and I did eventually watch the Errol Flynn movie too.
I was just gonna say, if you're only counting live action, I gotta say Errol Flynn, and that was here in Chicago, WGN Family Classics.
Right. Yep.
Yes, but I was late on Bond, and I later learned I shouldn't have been. But another problem, too, is, though, as I've told Troy many times, I didn't grow up with HBO. I grew up with Showtime. And I suspect that the Bond movies were shown on HBO.
That's right. I did see a lot of Bond films on HBO.
And I think that's
true.
why I missed out on them. Maybe if they had been shown on Showtime, I would have watched them.
I do think, though, that because of the weird film rights on Bond, it did get split up on different cable channels.
Well, there was also the ABC Sunday Night Movie that constantly played different Connery
True.
and war films.
I just never, for whatever reason, I never got into them until basically the GoldenEye game was announced from 10 to 64. I says, well, I better watch the movie. Then I really liked the movie, and then I said I should go watch other Bond movies, and then I really liked the other Bond movies even more.
I don't know, Pootie.
I don't know what to tell you.
Pootie, I think you mean
Sometimes you discover things later in
Cinemax. I don't remember anything like that good on Showtime.
He didn't say it showed. He didn't say it showed. He said it shod, which means Showtime basically put shoes on porn.
They had stuff on Showtime. I think
Did they?
Red Shoe Diaries was on Showtime, wasn't it?
That was pretty softcore. That's true.
Showtime was putting horseshoes on porn, apparently.
I think it was Red Shoe Diaries. I think it first premiered on Showtime. Zalman King was big on Showtime.
I got to be honest with you. I was kind of an enthusiast of Zalman King. Yes, that's true.
Now they may have also ended up showing them on Cinemax, if you know what I mean. Later on, but
Skinamax had a very interesting, after dark. They would take like actual porn films and make them like, hard R through the editing. I don't know what the hell they were doing. It was a weird time, the late 80s, early 90s. It really was for cable.
I think I should remove my slide thing. All right. Are we done? Yeah. We're done with the slides at least, right?
Possibly. Yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and wrap it up. I think we've kept Michael way past
but like I said,
what
and
he
maybe
intended.
Who knows, maybe by the time we do the next stream we'll have information of what the future of Bond and film is supposed to be. And we can discuss that.
I'm afraid. I am so afraid. Let's save it for the next stream, but I have a great deal of reticence about where Bond is going from here. Because we'll get into it when we start talking, what's his name? The reboot series.
Craig,
yeah, Daniel Craig.
We'll talk about that too. Maybe I'll bring. I've never watched this, but maybe I'll bring up James Bond Jr.
James Bond Jr.
I've never watched it.
Is this like an animated series or something?
Yes. Don't do it.
Don't ask.
Okay. Don't.
The fact that it even exists is bizarre.
I'd rather watch the Love Boat cartoon than watch that.
Wait, there was a Love Boat cartoon?
Yes.
Oh boy.
It had to be up there with like the Globetrotters cartoons or something.
Maybe I'm getting it mixed up with there was a Laverne and Shirley cartoon.
Yes, there was. I remember that. Yes.
There was, maybe that's the one I'm thinking
They
of.
did Happy Days as well.
They did Happy Days.
Mork and Mindy.
Gary Coleman show.
Yeah.
The Gary Coleman Hanna-Barbera cartoon where Gary Coleman was like a Clarence from It's a Wonderful Life, like from heaven. He was like an angel being sent down to help kids.
Oh, I have a dim memory of that. Okay.
Yep. That's
Holy
crap. Sachi confirms there was a Love Boat cartoon. I know I wasn't crazy.
Oh no.
I am just finding out recently about the action figures that they had and the Love Boat
playset.
I was gonna say playset, but barely a playset.
I mean, it's like a blow molded, yacht.
Which my understanding is couldn't even stand up. it would like fall. You couldn't even stand the action figures up; they'd fall over. It was just wow.
It was a flimsy construct to simulate the profile of a cruise liner.
Thanks, Gary. Yeah, we are wrapping it up. Thanks for hanging out with us as long as you did. Michael, I'm going to tell you the same thing I tell you every time you're on. Please tell Melinda thank you from us for loaning you out to us. Yes, I know she's probably asleep right now and doesn't know or care, but we still appreciate her.
Sure.
Loaning you out to us. She is good people, and and I hope you have communicated to her, she is always welcome. I know she's not big on doing the live streams and stuff, but we would love to have her sometime if she'd like to join us.
I will keep trying to coax her in that direction. We shall keep, gentle pressure on the dam until.
If nothing else, Netter keeps saying, "I want to have a chance to talk to Melinda," for crying out loud.
Sure, yeah, I understand. Everybody likes her more than me. I get it. So yeah.
Thursday's coming.
I'm going to have Retroblasting on my channel.
She's poaching my guests, which is perfectly fine with me.
And it's only like an hour-long show, so maybe that's something that's Melinda friendly.
We will keep it to 1 hour on Thursdays. So
look, I'm just glad to talk. I'm just glad to talk to my friends. That's all I care about. So.
Exactly. There you go.
I don't know what Netter's going to ask me. I don't care. I don't have to get my questions in advance. It's
Netter. You can trust her. She's
no. That's my whole point. Is that I never do that in advance. I'm just like, ask me whatever. It's fine.
Exactly. Real quick, let me go through the rundown real quick. Oh, actually, let's start with you, Michael. What have you got coming up that you want to tell people about?
Oh gosh. There's a live stream tomorrow night at 8. That I'll be hosting, and I'm kind of drop it on everybody just real fast tomorrow. So I'm not really giving the subject of it up front. There's a strategic reason for that.
Sure. So you guys need to. Well, let's face it. Most of y'all came here because of Retroblasting, but those of you that didn't. Well, what the hell? You guys, I talk about him like almost every week. Why aren't you already subscribed to him? Make sure you're subscribed, hit that notification bell, and then when his stream comes up tomorrow, you can check it out.
Wow, that's very kind of you. Yeah, there's a strategic reason, and it has, me, normally I'm like just, whatever. But this one, you'll understand when it hits. You'll be like, oh, Michael's playing chess. When it comes to videos coming up, I just finished the recording of the whole script for the Indiana Jones Retro Collection figure series. I just have to start laying that down and editing it and shooting the footage. I'm hoping to have that done mid next week. And then, after that, it's... Oh, gosh. There's a Star Wars related video of some action figures that I'm working on. There's also this video I'm working on about Lara Croft's pistols, the history of those. You've heard me say that like 4 different episodes.
Well, I was just going to say, folks, I ask him this question for your benefit. I know the answer to the question because I follow him on Patreon.
And
so
things just drag out. I don't know why. I keep making videos, but other videos just drag out.
Well, you got to remember that a good number of the people following you on Patreon are guys like me that, totally understand. When you say the problems that you've had, whatever's holding you up and so forth, it's like, fuck, you're preaching to the choir here, dude. We're not going to hold it against you.
Right. And all these things are in play. They're all being worked on. It's just like, so I'm getting the Indiana Jones Retro Collection out of the way, and then I'm going to clean that up, in the studio and move on to the next thing. So,
Tim Hayes is good people. We know that if he's not there live, he's going to catch up with us. He is.
I know. He always feels like he has to tell me that he's not going to be able to make it. It's like, it's okay, man. Like, it's okay. Well, our lives are busy. It's all good. So,
that's what VOD is for. That's what I keep telling people. If you can't catch me live, you can always catch me on Memorex. For those of you that get the reference.
Exactly. Except for my snuff live streams. Those have to go private right after I get done. Other than that, it's all good.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of the movie Videodrome.
Yeah.
Videodrome.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I've got an Indiana Jones retro collection. Then eventually there's going to be an Indiana Jones adventure series, which hopefully will be the last Indiana Jones themed video I do for a little while, because 2023 was obviously the year of Indiana Jones. And then I've got some Star Wars stuff. I'm probably going to start scripting the next 2 Star Wars Follies finally and get those out.
Wow, been looking forward to that. Yeah.
Yeah. Those ideas take time to come to you because you don't
want to
talk about something.
Especially because you've done a lot of the ones that just jump to your mind. So,
right.
Yeah.
Right. And that's the thing. You wait for something else that jumps to your mind. You don't force it. So it's like, and then the last 2 things that I'm really working on right now pretty hard are like I did for Indiana Jones 5, but it's not going to be 4 hours long. It's going to be an in-depth discussion about behind the scenes on Rogue One and talking about that movie, because it's the first in an installment that I want to start called A Love-Hate Relationship, and it's all about movies or television series where I have a love-hate relationship with them.
I dig it.
Yeah. So it's and it's not a movie review.
Right.
This is more of like let's look at the there's more to this than just saying
there was a whole different Rogue One we could have gotten.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I'll be looking forward to that.
Yeah. So I've pulled a bunch of footage, done that, and I'm going to keep that series really fresh. It's not going to be like just any movie that comes out. That's not the point of it. The point of it is any movie or television series where I sat down and watched it, thought about it for a little while, couldn't let it go, went and examined it again, couldn't let it go, thought about it for another year, things that won't get out of my head. Those. So
it's like Dracula Unbound for Troy and I.
Oh right. Yeah. Oh gosh, I don't know if you've caught any of our streams about that, but I went to the theater opening week wanting to love that film and leaving the film going
close.
It
didn't stick the landing. That was the problem.
It did not. And it fell into the same problem that the most recent Marvel films have done. More focused on the world building, shared universe bullshit instead of just making this a damn good film. Right. Which is what the early Marvel did. Mm-hmm. The tacking on an after credits scene was an afterthought. They made the movie stand well on its own. That's what Dracula should have been, and it wasn't.
Yeah.
That's actually another one that if you dig into the unused footage, behind the scenes, and so forth, there was a whole other film that we could have gotten, and you're like, that would have been so friggin' much better.
Yeah. I would love to one day in this intended series tackle things like Kingdom of Heaven, where I hated the theatrical cut, but I love the director's cut, but I still have issues with it from a historical perspective. So there's a lot. This series is not really about movie reviews. It's more about a look into the film.
Yes.
So.
And I love your comment about the history behind it. See, Boomer, that's another reason why Michael and I are just...
Dracula Untold. I don't remember now.
What was that?
Dracula Untold, not Unbound. You're right. I'm thinking
whatever. That's the problem.
Unbound, which is a Roger Corman movie, which we'll be talking about on Sunday.
I'm glad you bring that up. Actually, Tim Hayes. One of the Dracula things. Untold. Well, and I know that Michael knows this about me too. I love fan edits of films where fans do an edit of a film that just improve it, and both Bram Stoker's Dracula and Mary Shelley's Frankenstein have fan edits that I have. Maybe I'll do those as watch parties sometime. But the tagline for the original Bram Stoker's Dracula was "Love Never Dies." The tagline for the fan edit was "Love Never Was."
Right.
Literally just removing all that bullshit, reincarnation stuff. Same thing with Frankenstein. It basically takes off that whole ending that completely destroys the story of Frankenstein. Nothing against Helena Bonham Carter or anything, but the decision they made there to combine the character of Elizabeth and the bride into one character. It's like, no, if you call something by the name of the author, if you call it Bram Stoker's Dracula, if you call it Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, there's a conceit there. You need to be faithful to, if you're just doing Frankenstein, if you're just doing Dracula, you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Right.
They're public domain. You put the author's name in there. I'm just saying. Sorry.
No,
got off on a rant.
No, it's fine. I mean, I was thinking while you were talking about I'm so glad you were saying that, because people, beat me up for years saying, how come you don't talk about things you like more? And I'm like, well, guys, it's not that I don't want to talk about things I like, but when you're trying to develop a video that has infotainment and real content and real findings in it,
right?
It's really less interesting to develop a video where you're just singing something's praises for 40 minutes. You come
off like Chris Farley. Hey, remember that movie?
Yeah.
Wasn't that great? Yeah.
That's the thing. People keep waiting for me to talk about, example, Batman the Animated Series, and I'm like, how do you say anything that somebody else and 1,000 other people haven't already said? It's near perfection. I don't really see a fatal misstep in that show whatsoever. No. And again, it's not because I'm looking for the negative, but it's like there's got to be a story behind it, something interesting. So, as an example, one of the properties that I'm thinking about doing in this series is something I've only discovered recently, and it's part of the love-hate relationship series, and it's this Japanese animated television show that only lasted 2 seasons in the mid-2000 teens, and it was called Haganai. Well, at first I just thought it was just this weird kind of quirky comedy show, kind of edgy, kind of reminds you of an 80s sex comedy or something. And then one day I kept looking at it and I was like, wait a minute, how come this show is so funny? And then it, pardon the expression, it shits the bed in the last episode. And then it never got picked up again, despite the fact that it was so funny with such great character dynamics, legitimate laugh out loud moments constantly. And I'm like, what happened here? And so I go in and I start researching it. I find out about the guy and who created it and how it was a series of novels first and then blah, 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 blah. And I couldn't let it go. I couldn't let it go. I'm like, how does something that was adapted into animation and they adapted it so well, it's almost like they maximized its potential, where it's whatever it was on the page, the other people doing the animation clearly got it and they were like, we know what to do with this. And then it was boom, and then suddenly it was face plant, horrendous fatal face plant that you can't come back from. And I'm like, wow, this is horrible. So it's things like that where when I saw the trailers for Rogue One and I got pumped for that movie, I was never pumped for the sequels, but I got pumped for that movie because of the trailers. I thought the trailers were really solid. And then I'm going to see the movie and I'm like, not only are 85% of the shots in the trailers and 85% of the lines not in the movie, but the movie is not what I saw the movie in the trailer. I don't even mean just the literal footage, but just the whole thing that was marketed to me is not what I was watching. And I was like, what gives? So that's the whole love-hate relationship.
Which is exactly what we've all come to realize about everything, not only under Kathleen Kennedy, but under Kevin Feige too, where they're filming the same movie 2 and 3 times with different endings, with triple the budget. And it's like, you fucktards. It's my channel. I can use language like that. You fucktards, should get the script right in the first place, film it once, and be done with it. You can't handle that because you don't have any intelligence. You put together shit you want to see and then are shocked when nobody else likes it.
100%.
And I'm getting loud, and I know I'm coming over.
Getting loud?
Yeah, I'm reverberating through Netter's mic over there. So sorry, guys. I get passionate. You guys know that. So, okay. So that's, and I say this every other week. Make sure you're following Retroblasting. You hit that notification bell because anything he puts out, you're going to want to see. Man-Child News, that's like every month, right?
Right. It's usually like the last day of the month or something like that. Yeah.
Just, look, fuck it. Just hearing Michael speaking in that transatlantic accent of his is fucking brilliant. Those of you that are fans of Fallout, you know, you're gonna love, you know, the ambiance behind Man-Child News. But I'll tell you, Man-Child News in a lot of ways it covers the same topics that Boomer and I are doing on Geeky Geezers on a weekly basis, but in this awesome tongue-in-cheek kind of way that only you do, that is just takes the shit we're dealing with in pop culture and gives us an opportunity to laugh about it. You know, it's just...
Yeah, it's... some of the stuff is absurd. Like, it's just absurd. And
and you can't help but make a joke out of it. It's just...
No, I was only supposed to do that like every... I thought I was dropping not a one-off, but like an occasional off, where it was like...
Yeah.
The first one I did, I thought, I'll only do these when I feel like it. And then after I did the first one, people were like, do it every week. And I'm like...
Oh, fuck! That's a lot of work, yeah.
I can't do that. I'll do it every month. And
I can't keep that voice together that long.
Yeah. There's this guy right now on, I don't know who he is. I don't want to throw shade at anybody, but I literally don't know who it is. But,
yeah.
You know, you seen those memes where they were still memes where it was doing the whole thing where Skeletor would say something really effed up. And
then he'd run away, right?
Run away and say, until next time.
Until next time.
Yeah, until next time. Well, this guy like started he used like some, I guess, AI animation or something to do it where he can do it like a Facebook reel with like the captions and stuff. And I'm going, okay, like it's really cool and clever that he did that, even though his jokes aren't usually very good. So that sucks. But the other thing that was kind of like, ooh, was the fact that his Skeletor impression is not quite up to snuff. Yeah. So people think that my Man-Child News voice is my Skeletor voice. And I'm like,
oh, I've heard people say that, and it's like, no. Pay attention, yeah.
They're in the same register, but they have completely different enunciations and different ways.
Yep.
Like the Man-Child News guy has to put his mouth to the side so that he can do the thing. You know, like whereas Skeletor is more from the center of the face and comes out this, you know, and people don't hear that. So it's so when I heard that guy's Skeletor, I was like, oof.
Well, no, and see, the other problem is you're probably dealing with some younger people that first don't even understand the concept of that transatlantic, you know, because that's been lost. You know, I don't think enough people know about it to understand the concept there. Also, when I hear Skeletor, I immediately associate it with the voice actor, and he's Oscar Goldman. You know, so there is no confusion for me. You know?
Yeah. It is interesting to see, you know, people in the comments and stuff.
Oh no, I'm sorry, Rudy Wells. I'm sorry, wrong character.
Oh right. Yeah, it's a fun thing to do. I am a little disappointed that it seems like it's running out of steam. Man-Child News. It used to be
then you'll get like 3 or 4 new news items and it'll revive it. You know.
Well, I just mean in the sense that the viewership has fallen off.
Oh yeah, no, I don't see that. So take your word for
viewership
that.
Used to be, it never grew all that well. It was always a consistent like 10 to 12,000 hits, but it was always that. And then the last one, it didn't even break 8, and I was like, "Oh, well, maybe we call it." You know, it's like the paddles trying to. We call it, you know, clear. You know, like I don't know.
Is there a huge amount of effort for that? Because it's the editing on it. I would imagine is slightly better than a lot of your toy videos because you don't have a physical thing you got to deal with. You can pull clips and pictures and stuff, and it's just voiceover then.
It only takes me about a full day to do one to get.
I would imagine, yeah, that sounds right.
I mean, it all depends on how long it is and all that kind of stuff because each one is little. But it's well,
you're also a perfectionist. You're gonna do the voiceover over and over and over again.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
You
and
know?
then I keep all my elements. So I keep all these elements that I rejected from ever using.
He's got like 25 tetrabyte, discs somewhere.
I wonder sometimes. I'm like, why did I keep all the stuff that I didn't use? Like, I don't mean funny outtakes. I mean just like bad takes and reviews, and I don't know.
Because you're a pack rat. That goes with the territory.
There was this old rule in film school that said never throw away your trims, never throw anything away from your project, and it's like, all right. And then I just kind of held on to that belief. And now I've got hard drives upon hard drives that have to be duplicated every few years. And
you're also a film enthusiast, so you look at things like Doctor Who, and you look at Star Wars and stuff like that, and you're like, heaven forbid that footage ever get lost and stuff like that. So I get where you're coming from on that.
Right.
No, I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then you look at like the clip that I did, talking about the drinks at the beginning. That took me about, I don't know, less than an hour, maybe a full hour. And that could have been so much better if I'd put more time in it, done the voice a couple more times. But I was like, fuck it. This is going to be seen once for a live stream and we're done. I
know this sounds really weird for me to say this, but we all don't know things. We don't know the things we don't know. We don't know them.
That is true.
I was very impressed with that reel that you did because of the quality and clarity of the title fonts that kept coming up and the way they were animated and stuff. Because I was like, yeah, I have a really hard time figuring out how to do
title
that
fonts.
when you were listing the ingredients of the.
Oh no! In fairness, that was a captured video that I was using.
Okay.
So that I can't take credit for that. That was
okay. Well, no, but still, that's an example of.
But I do stuff like that all the time. If I hadn't had that, yeah, you're right. I would have done that. That's just because I'm, just like you're saving all your footage. I grab fonts like crazy. I have almost half my hard drive filled up with fonts. Like some people save porn, I save fonts. Just because every single time I do a James Bond, I do Star Wars, I got to go out and find the exact right font for whatever I'm doing. And
sure.
Then I'll have to Google, not to get the font again, but what the fuck was the name of that font? Because I can't find it on my hard drive now.
Happens to me all the time.
All the time. But it's exactly like that. And I'm using probably the exact wrong editing, program too. I'm using Nero, and it's like I know there's much better ones out there. I'm just using what I know.
Sure.
And I'm doing things with it that I shouldn't be doing, that there's better things out there, but it's like, I just got to get this video done and out there, and I'm not monetized, I can't afford to buy more shit.
Right, right. No, I hear you, I do.
But anyway, so, okay, great. Let's finish this up real quick. Tomorrow night, Big Al presents Films with Friends, 9 o'clock Central, that's 10 Eastern. The Ralph Bakshi kind of cult classic, Fire and Ice. Absolutely looking forward to that. That's on Big Al's channel. Join us. Of course, we'll have the Cosme link so you can watch along with us if you don't already have the film yourself. I think I have subtitles for that. I'm sure if I don't, I will by the time we go live later tonight. Sunday's all deleted scenes all the time. He's got his Western Cinema Presents. He's got Unscripted, which leads into, of course, Geeky Geezers. Tell us about Geeky Geezers, Age of Boomer.
Well, this Sunday we'll be paying a retrospective on the good old days to Roger Corman, who recently passed away. We'll also have other news items, such as the new Tomb Raider series being headlined by E.B. Waller-Bridge on Amazon.
Fuck that bitch.
Okay.
Sorry. Did I say that out loud? She's already destroyed one archaeologist. Now she's going after a fucking other.
So I think more streaming wars stuff, right? Didn't Mr. Magic send us something about?
There's some great and interesting stuff going on. Some stuff that I predicted like 3-4 years ago. We talked about it on Geeky Geezers. I will feel vindicated as we talk about it on Sunday. So there you go. And then, of course, we wind out our weekend with deleted scenes. The Other Side of Midnight, 11 Central, midnight Eastern, kind of to bring us down from the weekend, launch us into the week. Starting with Monday night at the movies. Happy birthday, by the way, Age of Boomer. What are we going to be watching on Monday night at the movies?
We'll go into my birthday. We are going to be doing a double feature of, I believe we're going to start with The Warriors, correct?
I hadn't really considered which one should be first.
But... I'll let you pick, but
okay.
We're going to do The Warriors and Phantasm.
Warrior and Phantasm. Because what year did they come out? I think I got it wrong.
1979.
79. Okay. 79. I apologize. I got the years
wrong. Good movies.
There you go. So that's
be remade.
Yep. Oh God! Stop with the remakes. Tuesday night, live from Sparkwood and 21, 7:30 Central, 8:30 Eastern. The penultimate episode of season 2 of Twin Peaks. Watch and deep dive. Actually, we'll all be carrying it, but the primary will be Deleted Scenes channel. Skipping over Wednesday because nobody's doing anything on Wednesday that we're aware of. Brings us to Thursday. What are we doing on Thursday, Netter? And she's got this huge smile. She's all excited.
Thursday over on Netter's Network. Thursday Things. My special guest will be that guy, Retroblasting.
Yep.
So we get to talk more to Michael and find out more about him and his channel and like how he got started in all of this stuff.
If you're not already subscribed to him now, you need to by Thursday because that's what Thursday's all about. Make sure you subscribe to Deleted. Well, to subscribe to Deleted Scenes too, but I meant Retroblasting. I'm just coming off my drunk and now the tired's setting in. So in fairness, and do we have we don't have a topic for next week, Boomer, do we? We'll come up with something.
I don't know. You could always do another one of your what do you call it?
It might be a little early for a Friday night free for all, but you know what? If the chat really wants to,
the history of booze.
The history, I totally could. These. Well, I've moved them off, but I got my whiskey books here that I could talk. Absolutely, I could talk booze.
May I make a recommendation?
Yeah.
The history of hard breasts.
I gotta first figure out what hard breasts are outside of like implants. I mean,
Look, I'm still trying to parse that entire sentence from that novel that he read at the beginning.
I mean, there's a number of ways that I can take that, and all of them might be interesting to me.
You know how
I don't know Netter would be too fired up about it, but
I don't know if you ever heard the Lewis Black stand-up bit where he was talking about standing at a cell phone kiosk in the middle of a mall trying to shop, looking at cell phone cases, and on the other side of the kiosk he overheard two people who couldn't see, and one of them said to the other one, "If it wasn't for my horse, I wouldn't have spent that year in college." And he sat there and he mused on it for a second, and he was like, "I can't figure that out, and it's going to drive me crazy." And he ran to the other side of the kiosk, and they were gone.
Of course.
Now it's in my head forever. And that is what Ian Fleming left me at the beginning of this stream almost 4 hours ago, and I still can't figure it out.
Hard breasts,
hard breasts.
I'm thinking underwire bra.
No, because, and the other thing too, as Michael pointed out earlier,
sense, right?
It can't be implants because that back when Ian Fleming was writing implants.
Hold on, I'm reading this sentence again. Hold on, let's see.
But they did have underwire bras, which were
did have underwire bras. They had bullet bras. They had, well, let's face it, there was corsets too.
It says her hard breasts pressing into him
would it make sense her breasts pressed hard into him?
Or is he not really meaning hard, but more like firm? Let's face it, young,
I don't know
firm.
what he means.
You
Do
know,
we have any English people in the chat? Maybe they might know if it has a different meaning over there in the 50s. I don't know.
yeah. In fairness, Michael, you were young when you were in Britain. You might not have been talking about hard breasts at the time. I mean,
No, do you remember in 40-Year-Old Virgin where they're all sitting around the card table and they finally get him to try and talk about sex stuff, and he's like, "Yeah, you know, where they feel like sandbags or something like that." And they're like, "What?" Like that's what I'm thinking when I'm reading this. I'm like listening to Boomer read the sentence, and I'm like, does this man have any experience with dating people? Like,
well, no, wait a minute. If someone said something to me about breasts feeling like they were filled with sand, I would say that's somebody who's never touched a bare breast. They've only ever been over the bra, over the clothes. You get what I'm saying with that? You know, think about that.
He didn't say firm, he said hard breasts. I'm like, that's either a mannequin or that's Steelheart from Silverhawks. Those are the only two options.
He had to bring it back to toys somehow.
No, it's the actual line, Tim Hayes, unless the blog misquoted it. Okay, that's what I got from the blog.
I am going with hard being a synonym of firm. I am mentally replacing it with firm, and I'm good with it.
I respect your optimism and your willingness to go with headcanon. I just can't do it. I can't do it.
Well, you're going to be completely lost if you don't. I mean, it makes no sense otherwise.
A synonym of firm is hard, according to Oxford Languages.
Yeah. It's yeah.
It just seems a little extreme to me.
So is solidified.
I mean, you're right. This does fall under the whole death of the author, literally death of the author. We can't ask him, but it almost makes, if he was alive today, could you ask him, what did you mean by that? Well, I meant firm, but I didn't want to use the word firm. You know, at the same time, I wonder if he was like, you know, thinking hard breasts, hard. Maybe Bond was hard in a way. I'm trying to draw a parallel. I don't know. I'm reaching here. I'm really reaching. Boomer's getting a lot of mileage out of this. He's like,
look, it's line from the book, man. Who are we to argue?
He's like, fuck it, man. I don't have to interpret it. I just read you the damn line.
Boomer, I love that you're like, who are we to argue? But have you ever seen my channel before?
That's what it's all about. That's true. You're absolutely right. We are the consumers. We have every right. We have every right to analyze and
Fleming, we might all be under a Nazi flag right now. You never know, okay?
Well, okay, you're not wrong there. That's true. He was a World War II hero.
I love it how he's making Ian Fleming the singular hero of World War II.
Well, he was a part of it, at least. He was a part of it, right?
Good God.
Fuck it.
Of course, I still don't know. I still don't know if he learned about World War II in elementary school in the 90s or if he learned about it in the 70s in high school. Because
Boomer is an enigma.
The 80s.
Boomer is an enigma wrapped in a crunchy roll.
As far as I'm concerned, you've been quantum leaping all over the last 45 years, and I have no idea
possible.
Well,
you were born.
Troy needs ideas for streams. You know, you have all these guests on.
My face hurts.
You've never had me on as a guest talk to me about me. Have you noticed that? I mean, I know I'm semi-private here, but I can always.
Well, no, but you've been on Netter's Network.
I mean, that's true. I was on her stream once. That's right. Okay, you're right.
When you talk about somebody, though, that person has to have some semblance of a linear time.
Yeah, right. You can't be Doctor Who, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, thank you.
That's going to confuse the hell out of everybody.
Thank you, Troy. Thank you for putting it in those terms. I appreciate that. That helps.
I mean, I'll tell you what. Agent Boomer would make a much better Doctor Who than we've gotten for the past half decade, so just saying.
I don't even want to think. I'm not even talking about on Sundays. What's the point? It's just, it's.
Do you know? I was just
all it is a troll to the audience. That's all it is.
I was just on a membership stream with the blokes from Midnight's Edge, and my speculation was verified by them. They said they're not doing any content or very little about Doctor Who, about Star Trek, about Star Wars, because nobody cares anymore. Nobody is tuning into those videos because everybody is checked out. And I said, I've noticed from the content that Doomcock's been putting out, same thing. He's noticed nobody cares about these things anymore. What do people care about, though? It's the stuff that Valiant Renegade is doing and WDW Pro. They're more concerned about the business end of these things. And it's like, when are these fucking businesses going out of business so that maybe Hollywood will get the message and start putting out decent stuff again? That's where the interest is.
They're buying each other up until they're going to be one bankrupt singularity.
One bankrupt singularity. I love the way you say that. That is absolutely true. We were talking about what was it? The CW. We were joking, and then other channels. Not that I believe any channels are listening to us and picked it up and ran with it. It's just they thought the same thing we did. Boomer and I were reporting on the CW being bought up by another company. I don't remember now who the fuck it was, and when we saw what it was selling for, Boomer's like, fuck, we could afford to buy the CW. I said, no, you can't. Because when you pay the stock price, you're not just buying the stock, you're buying all the debt. We can't afford the debt that they're carrying. And that's what, guys like Valiant Renegade and stuff started talking about, rightly so. It's like, no, these companies are all going out of business for a reason. They are less than worthless. They are worth less than zero. So, and that's kind of interesting to a lot of people. It's like there's a schadenfreude to see that Disney, who was too big to fail, is actually barely holding on at this point. By the way, I haven't talked about this video in a long time, but check out Retroblasting's video about, what's it called? The Fire Hose of...
Oh, Fire Hose of Fun. Kathleen's Fire Hose of Fun.
Yes! That is a brilliant video that is held up so well. That's like, what, 3 years ago? 4 years ago?
Yeah. 3 years ago and 2,500 dominoes ago. Yep.
Jeez. Yeah, check it out. It's absolutely worth it. Anyway, gotta wrap it up because I gotta let Michael go. I've exhausted any currency I had with him, and he's like, what the fuck did I get into? But guys,
you beat Melinda by 50 minutes.
Pardon me?
You beat Melinda's prediction by 50 minutes, so you're good on that.
Why? How long did she say? Less or more?
She thought I'd be done at 3 a.m. So you beat her.
Oh, okay, good. See, this is why she won't come on. She knows what she's in for, and she's like, fuck that shit. Good luck to you, buddy.
Pretty much.
That's only on Troy's stream.
That's only on Troy. She's disciplined about a 1 hour stream on hers.
Right.
So there you go. Okay, so everybody in the panel, stay with me. We'll say our proper goodbyes in the backdrop. Netter, you want to take us out?
I will. I want to remind everyone to make sure that you are subbed to every member of the panel as well as every member of the chat. And if you think you're subbed or following, make sure that you're still subbed or following. On YouTube, they like to take away subs, so just double check that you're still subbed to those really great YouTubers out there, so you can enjoy their content. You're hitting that notification bell so you're not missing any vids, because that's important. You don't want to miss any of that. And with that said, we can talk amongst ourselves, and that's all well good and fun, but it is so much more fun when you guys are joining us in the chat and you're dropping your comments, questions, trivia, being goofy, whatever it may be. And it doesn't feel like we're separated by miles or continents in some cases. Yep. Hi, Sashi.
Yeah, hi, Sashi.
It feels like we're all hanging out in the same room, enjoying each other's company and having a great time. And you guys, you know you're not just our friends. You are our family. We love you guys, and we appreciate you so very much. You can be anywhere right now, and you're here. That is so encouraging.
Yep.
So thank you for not just encouraging the panel, but encouraging one another. You know, like I said, we do appreciate you guys, and we do hope to see you tomorrow night on Big Al's channel.
Yep.
Is the next time we'll see each other. But until then, good night and God bless.
Yep. I super appreciate every single one of you. You know, I know all the YouTubers say this, but I don't think they necessarily get across how truly encouraging it is getting those likes, getting the subs, getting the, you know, they're little dopamine hits for us. That's why we keep doing it. You know, Netter likes to feed the squirrels every morning, and I say if you keep feeding the squirrels, they'll keep coming back. Well, it's the same thing with YouTubers. You keep hitting the likes, you keep sharing out the streams, you keep encouraging us. We'll just keep making the content because, you know, dopamine hits. Because I sure ain't seeing any money out of it. You know, it's the encouragement, hanging out with you guys on Friday. That's why I started it, and that's why I'll keep doing it. Thanks everyone for hanging out with us. Like she said, like, subscribe to everybody here on the panel, everybody that you've been chatting with all night, and
hit that notification bell.
Hit the notification bell, and we'll see you on the next one. Take care, guys.
Good night, ladies.
Good night, sir.
Hit it, sweetheart.